Teams coming on the field, because we're a little behind starting, we may be running a little quickly. So if you can, just make your best effort to get there as fast as possible.
If everything went my way, I'd turn nights into day. As long as I'm around, the sun will never go down. If everything went my way, I'd turn nights into day. As long as I'm around, the sun will never go down. If everything went my way, I'd turn nights into day. As long as I'm around, the sun will never go down. If everything went my way, I'd turn nights into day. As long as I'm around, the sun will never go down. If everything went my way, I'd turn nights into day. As long as I'm around, the sun will never go down. If everything went my way, I'd turn nights into
All right, it looks like we have all our teams on the field for practice match number 1. So I'll go ahead and announce the team. Starting with the Red Alliance, we have team 52028B, the Servo Saints. And next to them, we have 70699A, Wolverine Robotics. Moving to the Blue Alliance, we have team 69403C, the Crusading Clankers. And with them, we have 70699C, Wolverine Robotics. If anybody has an extra pair of safety glasses, there's a team on the field that would like to use it for this match. Sounds like both teams are ready to go, so we'll get started in 3, 2, 1, auto. Lots of movement from auto. We've got 3 teams moving on the field. On the Red Alliance, who's at least got 1 block in their intake, currently pushing through that pile and moving their way to the loader. On the left side, we have a Red Alliance coming into the goal, trying to get a long goal block scored, but just not quite getting through the intake. Looks like it's going to be on a tie, so we're getting ready to start. In 3, 2, 1, driver. All right, the Red Alliance moving straight for the loader, coming around, instead going for the block right in front of them. The Red Alliance coming to the opposite side, both competing for the same block, while Blue is going for the middle goal. Now it looks like it's lining up for the long goal. They're trying to get that intake spun up, getting lined up and getting 1 in the long goal. Red Alliance still has 2 on their side, giving them the advantage. Looks like there's going to be a little fight in the back corner by the loader. Red Alliance pushing Blue Alliance to keep them from scoring, protecting their 2 points. For example, if they were to just keep playing defense for the rest of this match, they would technically have the win because they have more blocks scored than Blue. Now looks the Red Alliance is going to see if they can use that D-score arm to get that block into the control zone, but accidentally gives Blue more points. Looks like on the opposite side, the Red Alliance is going to see how many blocks they can get, missing the block and getting it under the long goal. So now it's going to be too far back for them to be able to intake it. Blue's still going to see if they can get a top middle goal for an easy control zone bonus since there's only one team there. Red has 3 blocks in their intake, but is not scoring it, and it looks like they're going to put it in the middle goal for extra points. However, their rollers are getting caught on the middle goal, so now they may not actually spin through. A little bit of defense from Blue pushing them to the opposite side, and now they are stuck on the long goal, but they're going to manage to pull themselves off. Might have a couple issues with the microphone. May have to turn it down. Looks like we still have some defense from both teams. Red pushing against Blue and Blue pushing against Red, both pinning each other to the opposite side of the field. 17 seconds left in the match, which means the parking zones are protected. Any team trying to park for 8 points, and any interference will be a violation. Looks like Blue Alliance is going to park for those last points to see if they can gain that advantage. 3, 2, 1.
Moving on to practice match number 2 now, we have on the Red Alliance, we have team 3184D, the Tourists, aligned with team 53073N, the Jawas. On the Blue Alliance, we have team 52028A, SLC Mecha Force, and team 70634C, Techno Vipers. Got some very interesting bot designs here. A lot of rubber bands, which can create a lot of mess if you're playing too rough. Trust me, I've seen it a lot. Our sister team just covers the field in rubber bands. It's not good. Hoping to see an Auton win point sometime today. Yeah, win point? Anyone? No? All right, well, at some point today, it's gotta happen, right? Win point, I don't count violation. Violation win point does not count. It's not near as cool, near as interesting. I want a real, authentic, autonomous win point. If you don't know what that is, no one else does either. That's my job, to know what that is. We have both teams ready now. We can begin the practice match number 2 in 3, 2, 1. Autonomous moving now. We have red team going for the loader, is not able to get any of the blocks. Blue team, on the other hand, trying to go for the blues in the corner. Red just misses. Blue seems to be going for middle goal now, but misses again. Red going for top middle, but doesn't have any blocks from the loader. That'll conclude autonomous with an autonomous tie. We will begin driver in 3, 2, 1. Moving now. Red going for the blocks in the corner. The Clawbot is trying to get something, but is also being blocked by the intake. Slowly going for those in the corner. We have 3 scored in the opposite long goal, going for control, going for the loader, grabbing all 3 blocks in one swift movement, scoring in, going for control zone now. We have red control zone in 1 long goal. Blue is trying to go for top middle, but the intake is going a little slow. Red's taking as much time as they need to score more into the closer long goal here, trying to get as many points as possible. Even going for match loads now, scoring them in to get as many as possible. We have 1 blue in the top middle goal. That's going to get a control zone for that part. But red, on the other hand, is scoring a red control zone in the other long goal. Blue is trying to score more on the top middle, and red's just trying to fill up those long goals, get as many as possible in. they've exhausted all of their match loads now. Red playing defense against the blue, securing that top middle control zone from the cells. Blue takes it back, giving themselves the points. Although Red's trying to play defense here, get them out of there. Going for the bottom middle control zone, you only really need one block to get those 6 points. Red's playing defense now. Fato's corners are protected here. We have control zone to neither team on the top middle. Blue seems to be going for the loader. Red going for the park. Blue trying to score more points in that top middle, getting back that control zone, but they may not have time. And that'll conclude practice match number 2.
So we're going to move over to practice match number 3, but it looks like we do not have all teams on the field just yet. So let's start with the alliances real quick. On the red alliance, we have team 557-558 Zenith Eclipse and 337-05B Keep It Uppy. On the blue alliance, we have team 556-08A Central Wildcats Robotics and team 3184C Monsters. But currently, we do not have team 3184C. Looks like we had a false start on there. We're just going to reset that. Sounds like we're just going to be testing a couple of the field noises so they're not too loud. Now that we have all 4 teams on the field, we're just going to wait a minute for them to get connected. All right, looks like we're all ready to go, except for one team had a couple connection issues. We may have just to run it without them. Now both teams are ready to go. We'll get started. 3, 2, 1, auto. We got movement from both the red and blue alliance on their respective sides of the field. Looks like red's going to come to the auto cross line, and that will give blue an autonomous win point. And at the end of auto, blue's going to end up with one block in the long goal, giving blue auto. So, ready to drive in 3, 2, 1, drive. Red alliance coming forward and back, getting that robot set up. Now they're going to see if they can line up to the long goal for some scoring. On the opposite side, blue's going straight for the match loader and getting ready to line up in the opposite side of the same long goal. Blue on this side is going to be speeding across the field to see if they can get a couple blocks intake, trying to get that up and unfortunately ramming into the wall. They're going to see if they can get in, but as it spits out the opposite side of the back, their alliance is going to come to the opposite side, use the opposite loader, and get more blue blocks. Blue currently has 3 blocks on the goal, none in the control zone, and red's going to come around for the middle goal for an easy control zone bonus. That makes 2 blocks in there, which is going to be 6 points plus the bonus. Currently with red in the lead, red's going to see if they can get another block intake into their robot, but they may be having some drivetrain issues as well. Looks like blue is stuck on the field and is either stopped or stuck. On the opposite side, we have 46 seconds left in the match. Red's going to be seeing if they can move around and get more blocks into their intake. Blue's still driving around, maybe trying to get blocks in, but may at some point resort to defense instead to cover whatever points they have. Red's still trying to intake, but it sounds like they have some issues with their drivetrain as it drifts across the field. A big issue teams face with VEX parts is getting their drivetrain friction to be even on both sides so you do not drift in auto or in driver. We have 20 seconds left in the match, meaning the park zones are protected. And red is still trying to get blocks into their intake, but blue's going to go straight for the park zone instead for 8 points. And it looks like they're almost going to get it with the wheel on the opposite side. And 8 seconds left. Can they fix it? But it looks like they are stuck. So they will end up with whatever they have left. 3, 2, 1.
Moving on now to practice match number 4. For the Red Alliance, we have team 55635A, Clankin' Clanker Makers. Say that 5 times fast. We also have team 3184B, Big Top Tours. For the Blue Alliance, we have team 15183B, Bulldogs, aligned with team 70699B, Wolverine Robotics, who doesn't seem to be here at the moment. Looks like we're going to run without the Wolverine Robotics. Both alliances are ready. We can start autonomous. In 3, 2, 1. One red bot and one blue bot moving. Red going for the loader, turning around, going to go corner blocks. Blue just turns slightly. Red is trying to get the one in the top, but just doesn't make it. He's going to go for it again, getting very close to that autonomous line there. Misses the second. That's no points for either side, which means it's autonomous tie. We will start driver in 3, 2, 1. All bots moving now. Oh. Blue bot seems to be not moving. Okay, we have all bots moving now. Blue's already at a disadvantage, seeing as their alliance is not here. Red going for the loader immediately, getting one out, trying to go for a second. Red's going towards the middle, going to align for the middle top. Blue's trying to get in the loader, gets one in. Red does the same for the top middle, going, just doesn't make it. Trying to get for that control zone, which is a fabulous 8 points, which is really nice whenever block scores are low. Red going for the loader, going for the long goal, got 3, 4 in their chamber now, trying to score all of them. Scores 1, 2, 3, and gets control zone. That's red control zone and blue on the other side. Red trying to de-score, can't let them have any points at all. Red going for more loader blocks, trying to get those blue out of there. Possibly attempting a match load here. Blue's trying to intake more, but is having a bit of trouble with their expansion. It seems we haven't had much scoring here, but red seems to be at the advantage with a control zone and 4 blocks scored. Blue's trying to intake more, but just can't do it. It's just really unfortunate how things are lying out here. Red trying to score more, but just doesn't make it. Red going for the top middle, getting as many control zones as possible, gets it in. That's another 8 points on top of the score. Red getting as many as possible. We have 20 seconds here. We have park zones protected. We can see if either team here is going to go for a park. Red trying to score on the opposite side of the long goal, but their intake seems to be stuck. The block trying to get out. Red going for a park, going to get those extra points, but just isn't make it. With 4 seconds left, they're trying to get in. They make it into the parking zone. That'll conclude practice match.
Coming over to look at practice match number 5. We're going to talk about the Red Alliance. We have team 66567A, the Molo Robo Warriors. And next to them, we have team 70699D, Wolverine Robotics. On the Blue Alliance, we have team 121888, Robo Rogues, and team 71909X, Tesla Model X. But they are currently not here, so it looks like we're going to have to start the match without them. Looks like we got all systems go to get started. In 3, 2, 1, auto. We've got movement from the Red Alliance, but unfortunately they're just going to go straight back and may have some connection issues with their robot. On the opposite side, the Blue Alliance is going to come forward, but drop 3 blocks in the front, leaving 5, 4, 3, 2, 1, 0 seconds left. That's going to be an auto tie, so we can get driving. In 3, 2, 1, drive. Looks like the Red Alliance is going to speed forward and get 2 blocks in their intake. Blue Alliance trying to do the same, but unfortunately their metal is getting caught on the bottom of the field tiles, keeping them from going forward at max speed. Red Alliance is going to be taking the time to see if they can get a block into the long goal, slowly lining it up and spinning that flex wheel, and it looks like they are going to get one in. Currently having another block stuck on the opposite side of their outtake, but it is fine because teams have unlimited possession. Blue is being told to caution because they are dragging on the field, and we want to prevent them from accidentally injuring field tiles. 1 minute, 10 seconds left, and Red Alliance has 2 blocks in the opposite goal, an opposite long goal as well, and is looking to get a 4th. Red's going to be playing some defense on Blue to keep them from picking up. Looks like they'll be lining up that block. Can they get a third goal? Can they get a third block into the long goal? They're lining up, and they do get it in. Looks like they almost have 1 block in the control zone, but unfortunately, because it is not within the white line, it is not going to count just yet. 44 seconds left in the match. Red is coming the opposite side of the field, going to scavenge what blocks they can. Currently, we only have 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10 red blocks on the field, not including the ones in the park zone. With no match loader mech, they are currently limited without the 12 blocks that teams get whenever they start the match. We have 25 seconds left. Blue currently has a block under their intake and is still trying to get one in. That is going to make another, but now we have 19 seconds left, which means park zones are protected. Now the Red Alliance on the opposite side is going to be taking another red, seeing if they can get the one in the corner while having one fly out the top. 8 seconds left, and Blue is going to be going for a park. Red needs to make sure they do not accidentally hit them, just barely missing the park zone with the last 1, 0 seconds left.
On to practice match number 6 now. For the Red Alliance, we have team 31102B, Rusty Wrenches. Along with them is team 90235B, Bluey. For the Blue Alliance, we have team 33705A, 5-Star Loading. Alliance with them is team 8892A, The Dreams Redux. May have glitched that, who knows. I love the lights. That's so much in the Christmas spirit. I too have some nice slippers. I have to show them off because they were horrible to drive in. And they got wet. It was very uncomfortable. Not fun at all. But they look nice, don't they? Also, I love how you strapped Bluey to your hat. He looks a little unsafe, but looks good, looks good. We have both teams ready now. We can start Auton in 3, 2, 1. We have all bots moving here. Blue scooping up already has so many blocks in. Both blue teams. Red going for the top middle, but just can't make it, just barely makes it. Oh, blue going for the loader. That's very important for win point, but no bots seem to score. Unfortunate. That'll be an Auton tie. Moving on to driver now in 3, 2, 1. We've already seen how all the bots can score. We have 2 loader removals already. Blue blasts them up out of there. That may be a violation, but it looked sick nonetheless. Red going for loader now, scoring 1 in. Red trying to go for that top middle, getting that control zone. We're lining up just right. Blue scoring the long goal. Just isn't able to get that control, just barely. They get control zone in the long goal. Blue has both sides. They're taking up. Blue going on a defense, trying to get that top middle out of there. Red trying to get some blocks into the long goal, trying to retake that control zone. Blue is just pushing it in, trying to keep the pressure, keep it up. They won't be able to score anything in there. Blue trying to fill up this other long goal while Red's trying to get in the top middle, but Blue is taking their control zone from them. Blue has all 4 control zones at this point. Red trying to fight that, but heavy defense from the Blue is keeping them at bay. Red trying to try to get D-score, but Blue just keeps adding more and more. It's becoming more impossible. Blue going for D-score, trying to get those Reds and lining it up just right, but is having defense from the Red team. They D-score 4 blocks from the loader. Red isn't scoring anything at the moment. Blue is taking up all 4 control zones. Red's trying their best, but some heavy defense from the Blue is keeping them from doing anything. 20 seconds now. Parking zones are protected. Red's going for the park, staying there for the remainder of the match. Red's trying to take this time to get 1 block in. Blue's going for D-score again, trying to make sure that Red doesn't get anything at all. Just misses it. Blue going for the park now, trying to score it in, but is getting a little stuck. Almost there, and that ends it.
It looks like we're a little behind, so we're just going to get this match going. In 3, 2, 1, auto. Only got auto movement from the Red Alliance. It looks like on the opposite side, they're going to be trying to push the blocks into the low goal and manage to get 1. With their Alliance is trying to get a block into the middle goal, and they managed to get 2. That's going to get them control zones for both the middle and low goal. That's going to give Red auto, so we can start driver in 3, 2, 1, drive. Well, it looks like the Red Alliance, instead of scoring more blocks, is going to see if they can knock those 3 blocks into the control zone. Using their hook, they managed to knock 2 in, but the third one is passing the line, so therefore it does not count. Blue's going to be trying to get 2 blocks out of their loader, and is going to outtake them just quickly enough to load their block up. Let's make sure while we're loading into the match loaders, we load 1 at a time, which means you cannot put more than one block through the yellow zone of the loader at once. Red Alliance still loading into the lower goal. Blue on the opposite side trying to get 1 block into long goal, and they get it just past the defense from Red. Red Alliance with that claw lifting up a blue block, trying to put it in the opposite side of the long goal. Red's going to see if they can use their hook to put 3 blocks in the control, descoring 1 of their own. Blue's going to see if they can take more blocks into their intake. Red getting a count for pinning on the opposite side of the field, but they are going to move out of the way. Now they're going to take in the first 3 blocks from the opposite loader. Blue's still getting blocks into their intake. Currently heading for the loader. but unfortunately it looks like their match loading mech is wiggling a little bit and may not actually work. Red Alliance is still trying to fight for the match loads on the opposite side of the field. There they go, loading up 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6 blocks into their intake. 25, 24, 23, 22, 21, 20 seconds left in the match, meaning that park zones are protected. Red Alliance is going to finish off with just a couple more blocks into their long goal, currently with a blue in the middle, which could possibly jeopardize their control zone if they weren't surrounded by so many reds. Looks like red is going to try to double park, and blue is going to see if they can manage to get on with a pistonized block with the last 0 seconds left.
Going on to practice at match number 8 now. For the Red Alliance, we have team 90235A, Atomic. Aligned with them is team 3184A, the Torkers. For the Blue Alliance, we have team 15183A, DTSMA. Aligned with them is team 70149A, Steel Panthers. No pressure at all, but it would be just like the best Christmas gift if we got a win point. Auton win point, anyone? In the Christmas spirit, want to give me an Auton win point? That'd be sick. That'd be sick. All right, both teams are ready, so we can start Auton in 3, 2, 1. Red going for the loader immediately. Not all bots are moving, so we're just going to watch red here. They missed the one, which is not going to be able to get them win point. It's so upsetting. But they're still going to try to score as many as possible, trying to get one in the top. Miss a bunch, but get one in. That's still enough for the control zone. They're trying to score in the long haul, just doesn't make it. I appreciate the effort, though. That will be red Auton. Starting driver in 3, 2, 1. With a great start from red with the Auton, with their Auton bonus. Blue has a lot to make up here as they're going for the top middle goal, trying to regain that control zone. They score one in, which cancels it out, but it's not enough to gain it. Red going for the loader again, scoring in their match loads, trying to fill up that long goal. Blue gets control zone at the top middle there, and red just keeps filling it up. We've got half of the long goal filled and control zone on the other side there. Red descoring, scores out the blue block, denying blue of their control zone. Red has a completely full long goal over there, and moving on to the second one. Blue regains control zone at the top middle over there. They seem to be going for intake there, but just can't make it. With that big eye, they still can't seem to find it just right. Red going for more scoring here, trying to get as many blocks as they can, going even in the park zones. Blue's trying to get the bottom middle control zone, get it as much of the middle as they can, but red just keeps filling up the long goal, just barely doesn't have control zone. Blue's playing middle, red's playing long, gets the control zone, red gets it over on both long goals. Red's fighting for that top middle, trying to get as many points as they can. Blue and red are in a tight lock here, trying to get the top middle. Sometimes it's blue, sometimes it's red. With the last 20 seconds left, we have parking available here. We have control zones of red almost has all of them. Red going for a park, gets control zone of all 4 goals here. Going for the park. Blue gets a park off. Red gets a park. That's going to conclude our match.
Moving over to practice match number 9, the Red Alliance, we're going to take a look at Team 487608 Nova X and Team 70699B B Wolverine Robotics. On the Blue Alliance, we have Team 70699C Wolverine Robotics again and Team 53073N the Jawas. Looks like one of our teams is going to be a no-show for this match. Once this team's code is ready to run, we can get started. Looks like we've got one of our teams missing a radio cord, so we may just have to run an only Blue Alliance match. Well, Blue and Red Sun ready to go, so we'll get started in 3, 2, 1, auto. Looks like this match will just be just like a take a look at who can get the highest score. May just be, looks like Jawas can come on the opposite side, trying to line up for the long goal, and looks like they are lined up, but unfortunately their intake is not spinning. That's going to be in an auto and still a tie. 3, 2, 1, drive. All right, both Blue Alliance robots moving forward. Looks like for this match, we're just going to see how high can this score get. Jawas is going to come to the loader, pulling the blocks out and shooting them out from the front. Just sorting only Blues into their intake. Now looks like they're going to have a couple spilling out the back. The big issue this year is because teams are holding so many blocks, jamming is a really big issue. And it makes your intake just that much slower. Red Alliance is going to currently have 5 in the long goal, making it 6. Blue has 1 block in the low middle goal as well, and was trying to get 1 in the high, but unfortunately it missed and fell out the side of their robot. Blue Alliance still going for more blocks in their intake, going under the goal and actually aiming for the middle goal to see how many control zones they can get, but because of their speed, they overshoot it out the opposite side. 55 seconds left in the match, and Jawas are going to come to the opposite loader looking to get more blocks. Looks like they're going to try to load those 6 in, knocking 1 accidentally out and getting a red out as well. Now they're going to be lining up for a long goal, getting 2 blocks into the goal. On the same side, Blue Alliance 70699C is going to be getting a blue block into their intake. They're going to possibly be trying to line it up into the top middle for another control zone. 30 seconds left in the match, and it looks like Blue has a low control zone. 1 on the opposite long goal, but currently not 1 on this long goal because it is not within the white tape. 20 seconds left in the match, which park zones are protected, which basically means Blue can't go hit Red at their starting position. Blue's going to come to the opposite side of the long goal, see if they can use that open space to launch some blocks in. With 7 seconds left, they could be using their D-score mech, but they're choosing not to. With 3 seconds left, they're both going to try to park and see how close they can get. In 0 seconds, no teams will be parked.
We've had our practice. We've had our fun. It's time for qualification match number 1. That wasn't meant to rhyme. That was actually very good. Hold on. Okay. For the Red Alliance, we have Team 12188A, Robo Rogues. Aligned with them is Team 31102B, Rusty Wrenches. For Blue Alliance, we have Team 52028A, SLC Mecha Force. Aligned with them is Team 71909X, Tesla Model X. Some very creative Christmas hats coming from Robo Rogues. I love the design, love the little frills. That's so great. Hope you submitted that to our hat competition, which we're doing. You could have a chance to win. Right, with both alliances ready, we can start autonomous in 3, 2, 1. We have all but one bot moving. We have red trying to go for the top middle, just barely doesn't make it. Blue gets top middle. That gives them the control zone, going for the middle, getting very close to the autonomous line. Red gets a score in the long goal. Blue is going right for those loader. Gets 3 in and control zone. It's going to be a blue autonomous win. We can start driver in 3, 2, 1. Red's going for the blocks over there. Blue's getting as much as they can out of their match load, scoring them in very quickly. Red and blue in a tussle right in the middle of the field here. Red also going for their own loader, getting their match loads in, scoring them very quickly. Blue currently has 2 control zones. Red trying to take that away from them, scoring as many blocks in the loader as they can. They've got 4 in. Blue's also scoring some in. Red takes the control zone of the long goal on the other side. Shoves it in, keeps it away from blue. Blue does, however, have top, middle, long control zone over there. That's going to give them a few extra points. Red's holding there for a bit, trying to keep blue away from it. Blue's decided they don't want that long goal anymore. They're going for the other one. So they're trying to score there. Red just trying to push as many blue out of there as possible, trying to make sure they don't score a thing. It looks like they're just going to hold there for a bit, trying to score just a little bit as they can. Blue is also playing some heavy defense against Red. Red is very happy with their long goal and decided to just keep it. But instead, they're going for the loader on the other side, trying to get both long goals. They want to score as many points as possible here. One of the bots seems to be down over on the left side here. They don't seem to be doing anything. That means it's one blue bot fending for themselves. With parking available. Oh, blue comes back alive. They get control zone. Red's trying to park over on the other side, clearing out as many, but that's a very big bot, makes it a little difficult to park. Blue's trying to get back their control zone, and they get it back. Blue gets their control zone. Red's trying to go on the other side. Red's trying to go, and we get a park.
Preparing for qualification number 2 on the Red Alliance, we have Team 88928, Vidreams Redux, and Team 55755A, Zenith Eclipse. On the Blue Alliance, we have Team 3184B, Big Top Tours, and Team 52028B, Servo Saints. Teams now ready to go, so we'll get started in 3, 2, 1, auto. I'm seeing movement from 3 out of the 4 teams here. On the Red Alliance, we're lining up 4 on the long goal, getting 1, 2, 3, 4, and almost a control zone, but just behind the line. Blue Alliance moving much slower, but also getting almost 3, but ending it at 2. It's going to be a red auto, so we can get driver in 3, 2, 1, drive. Red Alliance wheeling around towards their loader, lining up and getting those 2 blue blocks out so they can sort them away. Red Alliance on their side going for getting 1 block in the long goal, but Blue's going to push them out to keep them from hitting another. Blue currently still has 3 blocks in their intake, and they may be heading for the opposite side of the long goal to make sure they add more to their stack. On the opposite side, Blue Alliance as well is going for a middle goal, getting 1 block in and a control zone in the top and low middle goals. Red Alliance still trying to get another red block into the long goal, but Blue's going to push them away, removing their alignment. Red looks like they have some issues with their match loader, so they're going to back up and see if they can reset and try again. Now looks like they got that match load, so now they're going to put 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6 blocks into their intake and wheel around to the goal. Blue's going to be playing some defense and pushing them out of the way, so they're going to move to the opposite side of the field and see if they can get those blocks in. Blue on the opposite side as well is still scoring blue blocks into the long goal, almost getting a control zone, but still too short. Blue's going to see if they can try to get it in, but now Red going to be playing some defense, blocking them against their loader. 37 seconds left in the match, and Blue and Red are still fighting in the back corner. Blue's going to see if they can get a D-score. Red's going for more blocks in their intake, playing defense on Blue. Looks like they're going to be going either for long for their own long goal. Got 20 seconds left in the match, which means the park zones are protected, and teams may start trying to park for those 8 points. The Dream's still going for the red loader, getting another 4 blocks into their intake in the last 5 seconds, but can they score them as their alliance goes for a park zone? Blue looks like they are almost parked, and their wheels are above the ground.
Heading over to qualification match number 3 now. For the Red Alliance, we have team 70149A, Steel Panthers. Aligned with them is team 90235A, Atomic. Over on the Blue Alliance, we have team 69403Z, the Crusading Clankers. Aligned with them with a similar name is team 55635A, Clankin' Clanker Makers. It seems we have some synergy over on the Blue Alliance. The Alliance is ready. We can start in 3, 2, 1. We got the blue bot moving, going for the corner. Possibly going for the long goal, turning around. Oh, it's actually not sure. It seems maybe there was an error in the code there, as I don't believe that's exactly where it was intended to send to. That is going to be autonomous tie, and we will start driver in 3, 2, 1. All that's moving now, going red immediately going for the blue defense. Red trying to get the top middle goal there, trying to get that control zone. Blue going for their loader, possibly attempting to match load later. We hearing some pneumatics from Blue. It seems like their pneumatics tank might be leaking at the moment. Blue going for the long goal on the other side, trying to score as many points as possible. Blue going for top middle, but is having heavy defense from Red. It doesn't seem like they're able to do anything. Along with their pneumatics possibly broken, this might end up being pretty bad for the Blue. But you say that, but it seems that Blue is the only one that's scored so far with 4 in their long goal. Red gets 1 in the bottom middle, trying to get that control zone. It looks like it's going to be a fight for defense in this match. Red trying to prevent Blue from scoring, and Red trying to score as many as they can, while Blue tries to get as many as they can in that long goal, possibly going for the control zone. They get the control zone in the long goal. That's a lot of points. Blue trying to go for bottom middle. They get 1 in. Red immediately going for heavy defense. They decided they did not like that 1 point scored. And then Blue going for the loader again, trying to get the other long goal, possibly getting 2 control zones. Red's trying to get that bottom middle back, get as many points as they can. But Blue is just knocking them off. Blue's also going for a park on the other side. Red is trying to get into a park, but just can't get on top of it. They keep ramming into it. They just can't. Blue trying to score as many points as they can. They decided they did not want to go for it. They get control zone right at the end.
Moving to qualification match number 4. On the Red Alliance, we got team 151838 DTSMA and 556088 Central Wildcat Robotics. On the Blue Alliance, we have team 70699B Wolverine Robotics and team 70634C the Techno Vipers. Teams not ready to go, so we'll get started in 3, 2, 1, auto. I'm loving the giant eyeball on this robot on the Red Alliance as well. Looks like we got movement from both blue and red, both going for the 3-block cluster, but blue's auto is going to miss just under the goal. It looks like it may have been either positioned wrong or they had chosen the wrong auto. Red's still getting in with 2 blocks in the goal. Let's make sure we keep our hands out of the field, and that's going to be an auto going to red. 3, 2, 1, drop. The Red Alliance is both going to come forward, one going for the loader, accidentally knocking 1 block out of the loader, which could result in a minor violation. The Blue Alliance slowly but surely is getting 2 blocks into their long goal. The rubber band is just not fast enough to pull the blue block all the way up their intake. The Red Alliance is going to be putting one block in the low center goal, while also having 4 in their long goal. They're going to be taking the blue out and loading another match load. Getting 1, 2, 3, almost, blocks into their intake. 1 minute, 12 seconds left, and Red Alliance is loading up. One of their teams is loading up their robot with blue blocks, possibly trying to prevent the Blue Alliance from scoring anything more. The Red Alliance currently has 4 blocks in their long goal and is going to see if they can put another on the opposite side. Looks like that's going to be 1 block for them and not in the control zone. Now looks like Blue's going to do a little bit of teamwork and hand off a red block to their alliance. The Red Alliance is still loading blocks up into their intake, bringing up that ramp. Slowly collecting 1, 2, 3 blocks. Looks like they don't have a stopper at the end, however, so any blocks, if they were to pull their conveyor too far, those blocks might just fly out the opposite end. Red Alliance still loading blue blocks into their intake, hopefully not accidentally intaking their own and hindering their alliance. Giant eyeball over here is trying to load a block into the low goal, just getting in, pushing it in. Park zones are protected in the last 15, 14, 13 seconds left. Red Alliance loading up more blue blocks, heading to the park zone, maybe for a park or just for another block. Blue Alliance still seeing if they can load some blue into the middle goal for another control bonus. Red Alliance is just going to miss the long goal in the last 0 seconds left.
Going on to qualification match number 5. For the Red Alliance, we have team 70699A Wolverine Robotics. Along with them is team 33705A 5-star loading. For Blue Alliance, we have a sister team, team 33705B 5-star Keepy Uppy. Along with them is team 3184C the Monstors. Seems you got a case of the missing driver. Decided to show up. Slept in a little late this morning. He'll be fine. With both teams ready, we can start autonomous. In 3, 2, 1. We have movement from the Red Alliance over here, trying to get the corner blocks. They run into each other. This was not coordinated very well. Oh, I hope they don't cross the Auton line, because as long as they stay there, we can get a tie. And it looks like that's going to be the case with an Auton tie. Time to start driver in 3, 2, 1. Red trying to get unstuck from each other. They seem to be entangled. A rubber band is stuck. They got free, though, and ready to start scoring. Red gets one into the long goal. Blue's trying to score in the bottom middle. They get one in. Red trying to go for the top middle. Gets one in as well. That's one red control zone and one blue control zone. Red also is trying to go for the long goal over here. Going for their loader, possibly an attempt at match loading. Red used their D-score mech to get control zone on the other side. It's currently 2 red control zones over here. Red also filling up the other long goal. Possibly trying to get another control zone, getting as many as they can. Red uses their D-score mech to get control zone on both long goals. And they're trying to add more onto it. That's currently 3 red control zones and 1 blue. Blue, however, is trying. They seem possibly having issues with their drivetrain spinning only in circles. One of their sides seems to be not working. It may just be a high-scoring red match here, as the other blue seems to not be able to score anything but the bottom middle. Going for the bottom control zone, trying to get as many as they can. Red gets all 4 control zones and playing defense, making sure that blue gets nothing. However, parking here could indicate a shift. Red going for a park, trying to get as many, get in there and get the blocks out. They just seem to not be able to make it. Red just trying to score as many as they can. Blue seems to be trying to get a park in. That may or may not be good. The last 2 seconds. That'll end the match.
Get ready for qualification match number 6 on the Red Alliance. We have Team 90235B Bluey and Team 33705C 5-Star Galaxy Gators. On the Blue Alliance, we're looking at Team 71909Z Phantom Zephyr and Team 70699D Wolverine Robotics. All teams look ready to go. Both lines are ready, so we'll get started in 3, 2, 1, auto. Got the Blue Alliance going straight back from their auto start position. The Red Alliance going to see if they can get one block in the middle, and they can, and that will give them at least 1 control zone bonus. Blue Alliance actually ejecting 1 block in auto from their match loader. And now they're going to send 1 straight into the control zone and 4 in the rest of the long goal. Looks like because Blue not lost a block outside of the field in auto, the auto bonus is going to go to Red. Now we're ready to get started. Auto sounds ready to go. Maybe had a little bit of false start there, but looks like all teams are ready to go for driver control. Red Alliance, the Blue Alliance is going straight for their own match loader, loading up their basket in the back of their robot. Looks like we may just have a lot of fighting in the middle of the field. Red pushing against Blue, Blue and taking another block, and then another Red Alliance pushing back. Looks like Blue Alliance is going to send another 3 or 4 blocks into their long goal, getting themselves an easy and secure control zone. Now Blue's going to see if they get that control in the middle goal and head back to the loader for more blocks. Both Blue and Red are still fighting in the center of the field. Clawbot between them, just kind of providing a little bit of an obstruction to the Blue Alliance, but it looks like they're going to speed right past them in the last minute. Red's going to be sending another block to the center of the control zone and is going to be going for the opposite loader. Just missing the last Red block and dropping a Blue on the outside. They're going to recover that Blue and head back to the long goal. 43 seconds left, and we have some entanglement between the Clawbot and the Blue Alliance. Both fighting to get unstuck. It may be a rubber band of some kind, but now they are free and able to move. Blue Alliance going for a low center goal for the 4th control zone of the match. Getting a clean sweep across the field, but it looks like Red now has a block in the upper middle goal. and that's going to limit the control zone to 2. Now blue no longer has any blocks left in the center of the field in the last 20 seconds. Blue's going to try to recover that by putting 2 blocks into the upper middle goal. 7 seconds left. Can they control the low? Instead, they're going to go for a double park, but accidentally knock their alliance off, but get a park themselves.
Moving on to qualification match number 7. For the Red Alliance, we have team 70699C, Wolverine Robotics. Aligned with them is team 48760A, Nova X. For the Blue Alliance, we have team 31102A, Ninja Turtles. Along with them is team 53073N, the Jawas. With both alliances ready, we can start autonomous. In 3, 2, 1. Yeah, moving on the blue team, immediately going for the loader, trying to get those 3. They get 3 and some red that might cause an issue for the Auton. They miss 1, and they just aren't able to score any. They go for the corner blocks now, possibly going for the top middle. It just doesn't seem to be able to make it. That'll be an autonomous tie. We're going to start driver in 3, 2, 1. All bots moving now. Red immediately going for the corner blocks. Blue trying to use the blocks that they grabbed in Auton. Blue trying to get one in the loader. Red gets one in the loader. Blue is unable to. Red gets 2. Blue's going for trying to get as many as they can, but it just isn't able due to heavy defense from Red. Red scores 1 in the top middle, giving them that control bonus. Red scores some in the loader as well, getting 3 in there as well. We have some red blocks scored with no blue currently yet. Blue is trying to show off and getting 5 immediately as I say that. Getting control zone as well, that makes it 1 blue control zone. Blue's trying to get into the other long goal, but just isn't able to due to some defense. Red gets it on top of the long goal, actually. I can't tell if that's better or worse. Blue trying to get top middle now, scores 1 in, but it isn't enough to regain. They score 2, 3, and knock out a Red as well, giving them 2 control zones. Red, however, is still trying to go for the long goal over on this side. Just isn't able to get control due to there not being enough. They're trying to regain control of the top. G scoring 1, trying for a second, just isn't able to make it. Blue is taking the time to score more in the loader, gets control zone as well using their Z score mech. Red is denying blue control zone in the top middle, but blue takes the time to get control zones in the long goals. Red is deny that. Last 20 seconds here, blue seems to be going for a park. Just isn't able to due to the presence of blocks. Red needs to make some effort here, trying to go for the top middle, but just doesn't make it. Blue flips over right at the end, just tripping at the finish line here. And that'll conclude our match.
It sounds like the concessions are open and ready to serve. Looking at qualification number 8 on the Red Alliance, we have team 3184D, the Tourists, and team 65607C, the Circuits. On the Blue Alliance, we're looking at team 66567A, the Mullo Robo Warriors, and team 31848A, the Torkers. Match sounds ready to go, so we'll get started in 3, 2, 1, auto. Blue Alliance going for a smooth pickup just off the auto line, and from the 3, getting 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6 blocks into the long goal. Now they're going to go for another 3 to get that control zone and go for a push to the control zone. Blue Alliance is going to win auto. That means they get driver in 3, 2, 1, go. Blue Alliance is going to go right back for that loader, taking red in and spinning it out the back of their robot. On the opposite side, the Red Alliance is going to try to push a red block into the long goal, and they do get it. Lifting their claw back down and aiming for another. The other Blue Alliance is just going to be pushing against red, keeping them from scoring any points at all. Blue currently now has a nearly full long goal, and it's going to be headed to the opposite side of the field. It looks like red and blue are both entangled. Blue sitting on top of the red bot with that aggressive drivetrain. Now blue's just going to keep putting blue blocks into the long goal, knocking a red out of the way, and going back to scoring. Now they're going to hit the 2 blocks right next to it, and blue may now be missing a wheel as it sits right next to the long goal. Blue's going to load up more blocks, seeing how many blocks they can get in there. They're going to go for 1, 2, 3 blocks, 4 blocks into their intake with a red next to it. And now they're going to see if they can just push that last red block out the end of the other goal. 35 seconds left in the match, and blue is still going for the long goal, reversing their intake to prevent a jam, and nearly hitting a ram, but unfortunately not, knocking the red out. They're going to go for a very light push with their D-score mech, and head to the opposite side of the long goal for more blue blocks. 20 seconds left means mark zones are protected, as blue still goes for more control zones. One wheel still flying around on the field. Blue's going to see if they can get for the upper middle goal. Unfortunately, they now, after that scoring in the long goal, have no more blocks, so they're going to go to park instead. That will make 2, 1, 0 seconds left.
All right, moving on to qualification match number 9 now. For the Red Alliance, we have team 15183B, Bulldogs. Aligned with them is team 31102B, Rusty Wrenches. For the Blue Alliance, we have team 8892A, The Dreams Redux. Aligned with them is team 15183A, DTSMA. A lot of excitement for all 4 teams here. I would say we begin, but seems the judge is discussing something. Both teams ready? We can start Auton in 3, 2, 1. We got movement from both blue and red. Blue immediately scooping up 4 blocks, trying to align with that long goal. Gets 1 in and control zone. Red gets 1 in as well, but blue has control zone, which is going to give them the advantage here. They try to go for the loader, but just aren't able to. That's going to be a blue autonomous win. Here's our driver in 3, 2, 1. All right, with the early control zone from blue, it's looking rather bright for them. Red's trying to go for bottom middle over here, getting that control zone, getting as many as possible. Those are easy points. Blue, on the other hand, is focusing on their long goal, trying to score as many as possible. Blue's using their match loads to get as many as they can into the long goal. Red, however, is trying to get the top middle, getting those extra points. Blue seems to be just taking in as many red blocks as they can. If the red can't use them, then they can't score, so we may as well just take them, which is perfectly legal, by the way. A very interesting strategy, not one you see very often. Red's going for those quick loader blocks and getting their match loads in, trying to score into the long goal. They have so many in that bot of theirs. Scoring 1, 2, 3. Blue is going for a D score, trying to make sure the red doesn't score anything. Just kind of trips, but does get control zone and tries to push them back. Red scores some blocks in and is trying to hold there. They may not have control zone, but blue doesn't have it either, and they're perfectly fine with that. Red does have control zone at top. With the last 20 seconds, blue has to make some sort of a push. Blue getting dangerously close to the park zones. Red trying to score as many as they can in that long goal. Possibly going for a control zone. Blue is going for a D score here. Red does not want that to happen. And so they're trying to play as much defense as possible. Blue's going for a park. Red tries for a park. That'll conclude our match.
Looking at qualification number 10, we have Team 70634C, the Techno Vipers, and Team 69403C, the Crusading Clankers. On the blue lines, we have Team 33705C, the Galaxy Gators, and Team 52028A, SLC Mecha Force. Both the blue and red alliance are ready to go. In 3, 2, 1, auto. The red alliance is going to be inching forward, getting 2 red blocks in their intake, but unfortunately one falls out. Only 1 block's moving on the blue alliance, getting 1 block into the upper middle goal. It looks like red alliance might have crossed the auto line, so it may just be a free win point for blue. That's blue win, so we'll get started in 3, 2, 1, drive. Blue alliance is gonna come forward and get some blocks into the back of their intake. And now, that actually looks different from their last spot, from the last cap I've seen. It looks like their intake has switched sides from the front to the back. The red alliance is still having some issues getting pushed around by blue. They're barely moving, but is now going to be going for a red block. Looks like I'm going to be ramming on the side of the field. Blue currently has 2 blocks in their upper middle goal, giving them the advantage. Blue goes for the lower goal, but actually overshoots it out the back. And blue's just going to be compounding those points in the upper middle goal. Red currently has 3 blocks in their intake, but is unable to score after a bit of entanglement and pinning against blue. Looks like blue's going to be going 4 blocks in the back and taking all the red ones to keep them from blue being able to grab them. Blue on the opposite side, still holding those blocks and playing defense, protecting what few points they have. But currently, if they keep this up, they will be able to win. Unfortunately, red is now starting to score, but it's still not enough to counteract blue's 3 blocks in the upper middle. So blue and red are fighting for blocks on the left side of the field. Blue's going to go for a low goal, but overshoots it again. Red still has a block in their intake, going for a long goal, and they get it, making it their second block. Last 20 seconds left, which means park zones are protected, and we cannot have any pinning on the alliance sides of the field. 12 seconds left, and blue is going to try to park for some 8 points, and they get in, but unfortunately drift to the side, making them not centered on the plastic. At 4, 3, 2, 1, end of the match.
Looking at the rankings here, we have Team 55755A's and at the Clips at number 1. Along in second place, we have Team 8892A, the Dreams Redux. Following them is Tesla Model X. It is kind of early to judge, but it looks they're doing quite well for the start here. Of course, we're only at match number 11, so we've got plenty more to go and plenty more opportunities for people to win and autonomous win point if anyone wants to. Anyone at all, I'll take anything at this point. Moving on to qualification match number 11. For the Red Alliance, we have Team 55635A, Clankin' Clanker Makers. How many times are you going to make me say that? Along with them is Team 33705B, 5-star Keepy Uppy. For the Blue Alliance, we have Team 48760A, Nova X. Aligned with them is Team 3184B, Big Top Tours. With both alliances ready, we can start autonomous in 3, 2, 1. got both blue bots moving, going for the corner, just isn't able to get it. The other blue bot does get one in and scores one in the bottom middle. I don't think that was intentional, but they scored it nonetheless. They try to go for the top middle, but just don't make it. Going for the loader to get good positioning. Blue autonomous win. We can start driver in 3, 2, 1. All right, all bots moving now. Blue just barely got that autonomous bonus, which is going to set them up very nicely for the start. Red, however, is immediately going for their loader, potentially going for match loads later on in the match. Going for that long goal, trying to get those control zones, which is worth a lot of points. Blue is going and across the field defense, making sure they don't score a thing, but get stuck in a block in the process. Blue is going for the top middle, getting that control zone. Red's launching them into the long goal with blue stuck. Blue's trying to free. They get freed and play defense immediately, trying to make sure they don't get any control zones in that long goal. Blue currently has 2 control zones with 3 blocks in the red long goal. Blue is just making sure they don't score anything else. Those loaders are very powerful if you have a bot that can use them correctly. And Red knows that and is trying to get them. Blue's making sure to play defense to get them out of the way, making sure they don't score any more than they already have. They already have two control zones with 4 blocks scored. Red is slowly but surely getting those blocks out of the loader. They've got 1, 2, trying to go for a third, but one of them seems to be getting stuck in the intake. Blue as well is going for their loader over there, getting their match loads, possibly going for long goal, possibly trying to go for middle again. Trying to score in the long goal, trying to get as many points as possible, getting those control zones, which are very important. With his last 15 seconds here, they're gonna have to do quite a lot to make up their point deficit here. And a control zone might just do that. Blue knows this and is trying to play defense, get them out of the way. They did score 1, but that may not be enough. Going for parking now, they're trying to make it, but just can't. No bots are parked.
Going on to qualification match number 12 on the Red Alliance, we're going to have Team 3184A, Torkers, and Team 71909Z, Phantom Zephyr. On the Blue Alliance, we have Team 55755A, Zenith Eclipse, and Team 121888A, Robo Rogues. We have 2 very strong teams on the Red Alliance, so I do hope to see some natural autonomous win points. Let's make sure all of our team members have safety glasses in the drive stations. With red and blue ready to go, we can get started in 3, 2, 1, auto. Movement from both red and blue teams. But in this case, we have 2 reds and only 1 blue. Looks like red's gonna hit a little 360 and drive across the auto line, which would cost him the auto win point. Red's still gonna get 3 blocks on the goal, but that's gonna go to blue. We'll start driving in 3, 2, 1, drive. Looks like red's gonna have to do a little bit of recovering. However, blue has 0 blocks, so they're just gonna go 3 in the long goal and try to spit out the extra wrong color blocks. Looks like they're gonna outtake all the blocks from their intake and go to the loader. Loading in 6 blocks into their robot. On the opposite side, blue has only scored 1 block on the opposite long goal and is currently trying to intake another and may go for low control. Red's gonna hit a little push to the control zone and head to the opposite side of the field, going for some red blocks on the edge. Red is still trying to score some blocks in their long goal, but now they're going to go for the low control zone. And blue is going to see if they can counter red's long goal. But Tessa Zephyr is now going to be pushing some blocks into the control zone. We've got a little push from red, and red and blue are doing a little bit of fighting in the corner. Blue almost tipped over. But now blue is going to see if they can push red's blocks out. But unfortunately, if they have no blocks to push with, leaving red's goal the same as before. Blue currently still has no blocks, and it looks like red is going to be going for blue's loaders for a couple extra points. Now red's going to be actually scoring some blue, which in some cases may have some merit due to a stat called strength points, where you get points based on how close your matches are. Looks like blue does manage to get 3 blocks on the opposite of the long goal, and now red is going to head for the park zone in the last 10 seconds. Looks like they're going to try 2 double park as long as red clears the park zone. With 3 seconds left, red is almost on, but blue gets knocked off. And that'll be the end of the match.
On to qualification match number 13. Now we have, for the Red Alliance, we have team 71909X, Tesla Model X. Along with them is team 90235B, Bluey. For the Blue Alliance, we have team 3184D, the Tourists. Along with them is team 90235A, Atomic. With both alliances ready, we can start Auton in 3, 2, 1. We have movement from red and some movement from blue. Red across the autonomous line, going to attack the blue. I don't think that was intentional. Maybe just going a little too fast, trying to attack our scorekeep now. That's going to give blue the autonomous bonus and the win point. Not exactly what I wanted, but I'll take it. Starting driver in 3, 2, 1. All right, red is already at a deficit here, losing that bonus and the win point. Red trying to go for the top middle there and going for their loader. Knocks one flying in. It didn't go out, fortunately. They're going for control zone there, trying to possibly use their D-score mech at some point during the match. Red gets control zone on this long goal, going again for match loads. Using their match loads effectively to score as many as possible into their long goal. Blue is trying to get to the bottom middle, but just isn't able to make it. It's a battle of the clawbots for the middle 2 goals. Red is taking their time on the other side, scoring as many as they can into the blue long goal. Blue has scored 1, but that may not remain for long. If red keeps scoring, they get their control zone on the other side as well, scoring as many as they can. Blue gets 1 as well, though. There are currently nothing done in the middle goals. Whatever was scored there has been de-scored. Red scoring as many as they can into that long goal. Blue gets 2 though, and is trying to go for more. Red clawbot is going against the other blue clawbot. A battery falls out on the field. That's not good. Red seems to be the heavy scorer here, trying to go to the other side, trying to score as many as they can. Not being able to find any blocks to score certainly isn't a bad problem. Red's trying to still function, but they have their battery out. Red's clearing out at their park zone for the Clawbot. They can just barely make it in, but that battery might influence things. And that'll be it for our match.
Looking at qualification match number 14 on the Red Alliance, we're going to have Team 520-228B, 520-228B, Servo Saints, and Team 706-99B, Wolverine Robotics. On the Blue Alliance, we have Team 31102A, the Ninja Turtles, and are currently missing Team 70699A, also Wolverine Robotics. Again, we're looking for Team 70699A. I just spotted the familiar looking license plate, and they are currently in the queuing area. Teams are all ready to go to get started. In 3, 2, 1, auto. All right, starting qualification match number 14. The Red Alliance slowly but surely is going to be going for some blocks in the middle, but unfortunately missed them. Looks like now they're going to line up for the long goal, seeing if they get one, and they do. And that is going to give them auto. In that case, we'll start driver in 3, 2, 1, drive. Red Alliance starting to spin up that intake, having a couple issues with it being disconnected. On the opposite side, the Blue Alliance is starting to gather more blue blocks into their robot. Now they're going to be bringing it up to their scoring mechanism, dropping one into the low goal. Currently, this is going to give Blue almost the advantage, but Red still has auto. Blue going for a long goal, but missing. On the opposite side, their alliance is going to see if they can get it, but unfortunately, all the blocks fly out the side. The Red Alliance instead is going to be going for that long goal, giving them even more points. Red now lining up their intake and getting 2 more blocks inside their robot, and pushing Blue out of the way to play a little defense and keep their points. Blue is going to try to counter on the opposite side, getting blocks, getting 1, but missing the other. Red now has 2 in their long goal. That gives Red a total of 1, 2, 3, 4, 5 blocks. Blue tries to go for a D-score with her hook, but unfortunately it does not make it all the way. In an attempt to pull it out, they accidentally knock Red's blocks back into the control zone, putting Blue at a significant disadvantage. Blue's still going to try to get some blue blocks into their long goal, putting 3 on the end, is now going to be using their hook to push it, but red's going to play some defense and say, nuh-uh, I'm not letting you get my control zone. Still a lot of fighting. Looks like we have lost some movement from a red robot and is currently stranded, along with a blue, sitting in front of the middle goals. In some cases, you might say it's the robot's fault, but if enough teams get stuck, it could be a field fault that causes the disconnect. In the last 4 seconds left, teams are going to try to park for some extra points, but unfortunately, that will be the end of the match.
For qualification match number 15, we have Team 70699D Wolverine Robotics for the Red Alliance. Along with them is Team 3184C Monstors. For the Blue Alliance, we have Team 65607C Circuit Circus. Along with them is Team 70149A Steel Panthers. With both teams ready, we can start the match in 3, 2, 1. We have very aggressive autonomouses from both the red teams. They didn't seem to move very much, but they were very proud of that little movement they did. And you know what? That's all that matters. That'll be an autonomous tie, and we can begin driver in 3, 2, 1. All that's moving now. Red trying to possibly go for the middle goal. Blue's also going for the middle goal, but for the top, trying to get the control zone. Red is going for that loader on the long goal, trying, just barely isn't able to make it. The one flex wheel they have is not putting in enough work. Blue gets 2 in the top middle, securing their control zone, pushes it in, makes sure that they get those points. Red still trying to get into that long goal, but just isn't able to make it. They move on instead to try to go for the top middle, and they seem to have some more success there, denying Blue of their control zone. It's a battle for the middle here with 2 blue and 2 red. Blue trying to score them in, but Red's playing heavy defense to make sure they can't get anything. Red scoring 1 in, just trying to secure it, but just falls out, isn't able to make it. It's still a battle for the middle here. This is the only point scored, so this is all that matters. Blue D scores 1, giving them the control zone. They are currently in the lead at the moment with 2 blocks scored against Red's 1. Red still trying to score their block, but just isn't able to. Going back again for that top middle, making sure that Blue does not have the advantage here. Blue is trying to play heavy defense, though, making sure that they stay in the lead. Red's defending their own bot, trying to get Blue off their backs. It's very important here to score that control zone, because it's worth a lot of points. Red going for parking now, and that may just determine the end of it. With 10 seconds left, it's going to be very close, very tight. Red's trying to get that top middle, gets 1 in, denies the control zone. It's all up to park now if Blue can't park. It's a very close match.
I saw her and she hit me like that. Saw that thing so beautiful. She just hit my heart. Oh, full force and she got me like I be like, baby, why you so?
And it looks like despite that setback from earlier, we are actually now 7 minutes ahead of this match.
So hard to find.
And hopefully, we can keep this momentum going throughout the rest of the competition.
Way that you do it and she ain't even show nothing. She be walking around so confident, so heaven sent. I think she was meant to knock them dead. Like, girl, you so fine. Oh, 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 oh. Girl, you rockin' like, baby, so fine. Miss Baby, girl, you knock 'em dead.
All right, let's take a look at qualification number 16. Look at these alliances. On the red alliance, we have team 665, 67A, the Molo Robo Warriors. And with them, they have Team 70699C, the Wolverine Robotics. On the blue lines, we have Team 55608A, Central Wildcat Robotics, and Team 151A3B, the Bulldogs.
Eyes on her every single day, week, year, everyone wondering how she does it with no fear, all that confidence. Was it heaven sent? Does it come within? Does it come run out? I don't know. She'll just have them running out and in. Man, they want to sin, talking deadly sin with Mrs. Lady. I don't understand why she hit them like. Girl, you knock 'em dead.
All teams looking ready to go. Let's check with our alliances. Let's make sure we all have our glasses on. Both blue and red alliances sound ready to go to start. In 3, 2, 1, auto. Looks like we got movement from the blue alliance, getting through 2 blocks into their intake, and now backing up to head to the long goal. 5 seconds left. Can they get some points? And with it just getting jammed, it looks like that will be the end of auto with a tie. In that case, we can start driver. 3, 2, 1, drive. Movement from all 4 teams. Blue Lions getting 3 blocks into the long goal and then going for their loader. That's going to be 1-2 blocks in their intake. Can they get another without accidentally out-taking the last one? And they can. Now they're going to take those 3 blocks and head to the long goal, but unfortunately out-take it from the front, meaning they're going to have to recover those. Currently, the Red Alliance is going for a middle goal, getting a block in without trying to get it out, and they do, making that a control bonus for Red. Blue Alliance with their interesting flapper intake over here, trying to scoop up a blue, unfortunately missing, and keeping their intake currently useless. Blue going for a low goal, trying to negate Red's control zone, but unfortunately Red hits another one in there, meaning that Blue cannot get that control zone bonus. Red currently with the advantage, having 2 control zones, both in the top and low middle goals. Blue's going to try to counteract that by getting more points on their long goal, almost getting stuck on their loader, but moving on. Red is going to be playing some defense against Blue, despite their wheels being 45 degrees to the rest of their robot. Looks like the Red Alliance on the opposite side is going to be trying to put some points in the long goal, giving themselves an even higher advantage against Blue. Red slowly going to be scooching by to get Blue almost getting a block in the control zone in the long goal, but unfortunately it's not close enough. We've got 15 seconds left and park zones are protected. Red may be trying to hit a park, speeding up at the very last second. 8, 7, 6, 5 seconds left. They do get a park for 8 points. Blue's going to try to ram it to the center control zone, but unfortunately they weren't able to make it.
Ready for qualification match number 17. On the Red Alliance, we have Team 33705A, 5-star loading. Along with them is Team 53073N, the Jawas. For the Blue Alliance, we have Team 90235B, Bluey. Along with them is Team 31102B, Rusty Wrenches. If both our alliances are ready, we can begin Auton in 3, 2, 1. We have movement from all but one robot. Red's going for the loader, potentially going for a win point here, just isn't able to get them. The other Red's trying to score one as well. No points scored at the moment. Red's trying to get to the top middle. Maybe they get one. Just doesn't make it off to the other side. It's going to be an autonomous tie. All right, we can get driver in 3, 2, 1. Red going for their loader here, trying to get their match loads. Both red teams going for their own respective loaders. We have an even split of 6 and 6 for the match loads. Blue's also going for their loader. They have so many blocks in their bot at the same time. It's a wonder they can sort between them. Blue's trying to play defense over on the other side. as their partner team tries to score as many as possible. Red's got 5 in, Blue's slowly scoring 1 by 1, 5, 6. Going for control zone. Red uses their D-score to ensure they get control zone. Blue pushes against them and is trying to score. They get control zone. Red has 1 on the other long goal though, and Blue is trying to secure this one, but Red is pushing against them. Unfortunately, their D-score isn't really doing much here. They're trying their best. Blue just keeps pushing it against them and knocking Red blocks out. Red, however, is getting control zone in the top middle, scoring those points by. Red gets a crazy D-score, ensuring they get control zone and D-scoring a bunch of blue blocks. Red currently controls 3 of the control zones, and they're scoring even more into the long goal. Blue's trying to D-score from the top middle, but doesn't seem to be doing much. Red going for another big sweep, scores almost all of the blue blocks in such a quick time. This entire long goal has become almost completely red. Blue isn't really able to do much but score them, especially when the other red bot is going in for defense. With 5 seconds left, it's going to be Blue's trying to park, gets 1 off. Red gets a park off the other 2, but that concludes the match.
Taking a look at qualification match number 18. On the Red Alliance, we have Team 70699B, Wolverine Robotics, and Team 69403C, the Crusading Clankers. On the Blue Alliance, we have Team 33705B, Keepy Uppy, and Team 71909X, Tesla Model X. Blue and red ready to go. We can get this match started. In 3, 2, 1, auto. Looks like Blue Alliance is going to come forward as well as red, both going for blocks. But Blue's going to do a little pivot around the back of the long goal and get 4 blocks with 1 in the control zone. Now they're going to go for the loader and get another 2, ending auto with Blue having 6 blocks. That's going to be a Blue auto win to start driver in 3, 2, 1, drive. Blue making their best effort to get those match loads in, and is now going for the loader. We're on the opposite side, getting blocks into their intake. And Blue is still going to continue loading blocks into the long goal, getting a full long goal within the first 1 minute and 30 seconds of the match. Red's going to play some defense on Blue to keep them from scoring, but Red, there's no point in Red doing so if Red does not have any points to defend. Blue's going to push against Red, trying to keep them from getting more points. It would almost be pinning if Red did not have an easy escape from the Blue Alliance. Blue's going to be speeding to the opposite goal, getting 1 in the control and 5 blocks overall. 1 minute left, and Red is getting some blocks into the middle goal. 2 drivetrains on the opposite side of the field, driving around almost aimlessly. One of them almost trying to get into the park zone to solidify 8 points near the end of the match. Now Blue's going to be putting 2 blue blocks into the middle goal to secure that control zone. Now they're going to go for the opposite side loader, clearing out 3 reds and 1 blue. Looks like there's going to be a little bit of fight between red and blue. Red's going to get a pinning count. How long are they going to take it for? And it looks like they're going to go as max they can. And now they're going to be pushing red. Red's going to be pushing against blue. Defense the last 20 seconds. That means park zones are protected, and blue may either be going for a park or more blocks in the long goal. With 10 seconds left, they're going to get the last 3 blues that they can. Lining up while red tries to park. In 5, 4, 3, 2, 1, end of the match.
Let's head on over to qualification match number 19. For the Red Alliance, we have Team 70699A, Wolverine Robotics. Along with them is Team 70634C, Techno Vipers. For the Blue Alliance, we have Team 8892A, the Dreams Redux. Along with them is Team 3184D, the Tourists. With both alliances ready, we can start autonomous. In 3, 2, 1. All robots are moving. One of the blue bots is stopped early. The red seem to be going for the middle goal here, trying to align themselves. Maybe they took a wrong turn at some point. Blue does score 2 and gets control zone. That's a lot of points for Auton. And that'll give them the blue autonomous bonus. Driver will start in 3, 2, 1. Blue's already shown their capabilities of scoring the long goal, and they're going for their loader as well, quickly draining them. Red, however, is also going for the long goal, scores 1 in. Seems to be defending against Blue, trying to make sure they don't score what they have. Red gets the top, middle, and the control zone. Blue's trying to grab onto their own block, but just seems to be just too slippery. Red's playing heavy defense here against Blue, trying to make sure they don't score anything. They already had control zone. Red also, though has top middle. Blue's trying to get the other control zone as well, scoring their blocks in, but just barely doesn't make it. Red keeps trying to play defense here and trying to score in the top middle. Red has a D-score mech, but they seem to be having possible troubles using it. The bumper doesn't seem to be screwed on completely, so it's wobbling a bit, but it should be fine. Blue, however, has their own D-score mech and gets control zone, knocking the red out of the way. Red gets a crazy D-score, gets control zone, but does seem to be a bit stuck. Trying to get out. It could be a possible violation, which is just something that's going to happen with a D-score mech like theirs. Their teammates coming over, possibly trying to knock them out. They're taking a bit of a time, but Red does have a few control zones. They have the one in this long goal. Blue is trying to get the bottom, but just sweeps it right through. Blue's also trying to go for a part. Red just can't seem to get free. With the last few seconds, Blue's trying to score, but just doesn't make it. That'll end this match.
Let's take a look at our alliances for qualification number 20. On the Red Alliance, we have teams 665, 67A, the Molo Robo Warriors, and team 3184B, Big Top Tours. On the Blue Alliance, we have team 12188A, Robo Rogues, and team 70699D, Wolverine Robotics. All alliances ready to go and get started. In 3, 2, 1, auto. Red Alliance slowly going to be inching forward, knocking a red block out the top of their intake, but grabbing 2 from the back. Blue Alliance still having some rotation in their intake, but unfortunately it does not get them anywhere. That's going to be an auto tie, so we can get started in 3, 2, 1, drive. Red Alliance is going to get one block in the low control zone. Blue Alliance on the opposite side using that wheel on top to see if they can get one in the long goal, and they do. Currently red with the advantage. Red is going to stay parked for the rest of the match so they do not get in the way. Fortunately, after I've seen multiple incidents of those wheels falling off mid-match, it seems like it probably is the safest option. Now it looks like the Blue Alliance is going to be slowly but surely getting more and more blocks into the long goal, moving faster than the rest of the team. The Red Alliance is going for the middle goal, but misses on top. And now they're going to be trying to take blocks from the blue station, pushing red out of the park zone, which they can do, considering it has not hit 20 seconds yet. But as a result of that, they seem to be entangled, which would actually put the Blue Alliance at fault for doing so. However, they could probably just outtake and then move the rubber band off. But now blue is entangled with red, and actually, it is all blue's fault. With 36 seconds left, the Red Alliance is trying to get some blocks into the long goal and intake. Red once again lost the reel. Blue, it looks like blue and red are going to have to stop driving to prevent them from damaging each other's robots. With 22, 21, 20 seconds left, it looks like our park zones are protected, but no one will be using them. One red team is stuck on a block. The other two, the blue and the red, are pinned together, and there's only one free blue block, but unfortunately it has no blocks in their intake. Can they get a score in before the end of the match? It looks like they will try to park by bringing their center of gravity up, so they can miss, but unfortunately that will be the end. I'm not exactly sure what we were doing, but you're sure not supposed to be doing any of that.
On to qualification match number 21. For the Red Alliance, we have Team 52028B, Servo Saints. Along with them is Team 15183A, DTSMA. For the Blue Alliance, we have Team 53073N, the Jawas. Along with them, and currently not present, is Team 3184C, the Monsters. I would just like to mention that we are currently a full 12 minutes ahead of schedule, and that's thanks to our wonderful team here, our wonderful queuing, and of course, me. You can't forget my work. I'm doing incredible. Self-love is very important. And of course, James as well. I've got some great news. Okay, I've got some great news. Skills will be open for lunch. Yay! How many attempts? Yeah, three for driver, 3 for Auton. So you can skip lunch and go to work on your robot. You don't need food. No one needs food. must be Christmas morning because I've had more great news. We will also have interviews open during lunch. Yay! Even more reason to skip eating food.
Jesse is a friend. Yeah, I know he's been a good friend of mine. But lately something's changed. It ain't hard to define. Jesse's got himself a girl and I wanna make her mine. And she's watching him with those eyes. And she's loving with that body. I just know it.
Any further delays, we're going to start qualification match number 21 in 3, 2, 1. We've got a red bot and a blue bot moving. Blue immediately going for the loader, getting 1, 2, 3, and some red. That might be a problem later. Red is scoring, getting theirs in the corner. Blue scores 3 and possibly control zone as well. Red trying to go to do the same, gets 1, 2 in and control zone.
You know I feel so dirty when they start talking cute. I wanna tell her.
Red takes autonomous bonus due to their control zone. Now we'll start driver in 3, 2, 1. All red bots are moving now. We have blue getting rid of the red that they got earlier, possibly going to go for match loads later in the match. Blue is getting their block, trying to go for top middle control zone. We still have red going for defense over in the middle. Blue's trying to score more. Gets 1, 2, 3, gets a bunch in, gets control zone as well with 3 blocks in there. Blue is trying to get as many match loads as they can, getting as many blocks as they can into the long goal, trying to fill it up. We've got some heavy defense on blue. They seem to almost be stuck moving in sync. Red's trying to go for the long goal as well to contest the blue. Gets 1, 2, 3 in. Blue is trying to score into the other long goal, trying to deny red of their control zone. But red wants to keep it and is defending it themselves. Blue does have a D-score mech, however, which may come in useful later on in the match. But for now, they're scoring more. They're trying to score more blue. They use their D-score, or maybe not. We'll see. Red is trying to take as many blue blocks as possible to deny blue from points. Red scoring into long goal, going for the control zone, and makes it a tie between the two, it seems. It's a contested control zone for further long goal, but red has control zone on the closer one here. Blue's trying to score more, but just doesn't seem to be able to. Red going for Park here over on the right. Red gets control zone from blue and is going for Park. This might be a last-minute save for them. Only a few seconds left, and that'll end the match.
All right, let's take a look at the rankings. Watch it cycle through. All right, starting in first place, as we wait for this next match to clean up, we have SLC Megaforce with a record of 2-0. Just behind them is Molo Robo Warriors, Tesla Model X, Torkers, 5-Star Loading, Phantom Zephyr, Vidreams Redux, DT SMA, Servo Saints, and Big Top Tours as the top 10. As we've been watching these matches, you've seen some very high-scoring matches, mostly because these teams have been pitted against some of the lower-ranked teams, giving them an easier challenge for that match. Hopefully, what I like to see is more competitive matches where these higher-ranked teams are going to be put against each other so that we actually see a little bit of struggle between these alliances. Now we can move over for qualification to match number 22 as these teams get ready. We'll take a look at the Red Alliance with team 52028A, SLC Megaforce, and 55608A, Central Wildcat Robotics. On the Blue Alliance, we have team 71909Z, Phantom Zephyr, and team 48760A, Nova X. And actually, this is kind of what I was talking about. Two very strong teams, SLC Megaforce and Phantom Zephyr, one of the top-ranking teams. We're going to be putting against each other and see who can take control of this match. Both blue and red sound ready to go to get auto in 3, 2, 1, auto. Looks like the Red Alliance is having some issues with their auto on the right side. Currently, their robot not moving from the park zone. But on the opposite side, their teammate is coming for the long goal, getting 1, 2, 3, 4 blocks in. And it looks like the Blue Alliance is going to miss, giving red the advantage. Guess we'll start driver. Actually, it's a tie because of the blue control zone in the center of the field. In that case, we'll start auto. In 3, 2, 1, drive. We'll end auto. Looks like the Red Alliance pushing out that loader, trying to go for the match load. Unfortunately, the blocks are not exiting in their intake, but now they're going to spin it and start getting them in. The Red Alliance on the opposite side is going to get some red blocks into the low goal. Blue Alliance loading a really fast set of blue blocks and pushing them to the center control zone. Now they're going to rotate right back around to get more blocks in their intake from the loader. And instead, they're going to keep going on the same goal, loading up blocks extremely fast and taking advantage of this goal. Now they're going to be pushing these blocks to the middle to keep red's blocks from blocking their score. Blue still has control in both a long and low middle goal, giving them a significant advantage in this match, while blue plays some defense on red. It looks like it's going to be a fight of defense. Some teams are calling pinning, but remember, if your robot is moving, you are not being pinned. Looks like we are doing a ton of fighting between red and blue. Red's trying to intake blocks. However, blue are all clustered up in the middle. SLC Megaforce trying to line up to the upper middle goal, getting another block into their intake. They're going to see if they can center their rollers and get at least one control zone. Blue on the opposite side, rotating around from a loader to get more blocks into the opposite long goal to gain this advantage. With 20 seconds left, the park zones are protected, and blue is going to almost play some defense against their own team, but back out of the way as red goes for a long goal on the opposite side. They miss, however, and blue pushes the blue blocks out the edge of the field. Now blue's going to try to go for the double park, but unfortunately, they are still completely on the ground, making that the end of the match.
All right, on to match number 23. For the Red Alliance, we have Team 55635A, Clankin' Clanker Makers. Along with them is Team 65607C, Circuit Circus. Two names that are difficult to say whenever you're on stage. Stop. For the Blue Alliance, we have Team 33705C, 5-Star Galaxy Gators. Along with them is Team 70699C, Wolverine Robotics. With both teams are ready, we can start the final match before lunch. In 3, 2, 1. We got movement from blue over on the left side, scoring, getting 2 blocks, trying to score top middle. They get 1 in, and that's going to be just enough. 2 in as well, getting them control bonus. And that's just enough, seeing as no other bots are moving. Looks like they're going to get the autonomous bonus. Now we can start driver. In 3, 2, 1. All bots moving now. Red immediately going for the loader, trying to get those 3 blocks out of there. Blue is scoring 2, maybe 3. 3 into the long goal there. They also have control bonus at the top middle. Red's trying to score their blocks into the other long goal, hopefully going for control zone. Just barely not be able to make it. Red does D-score, removing blue control zone from the top middle. Blue is contesting red, trying to make sure they don't get the long goal. Blue's taking back their control zone from the top middle, but Red's got something to say about that as they bring their block over and trying to shove the other blue out, putting their own in. It's a contested 3-3 for the top middle, now 2-3 in Red's favor. Red seems to have more blocks placed, but the blue does have blocks in the closer long goal. Red trying to score into the long goal here, possibly going for another control bonus. Blue's fighting for that top middle, making sure Red does not get any blocks in. But Red's trying to push against them with their own mechanism. Blue's trying to play heavy defense to make sure that they stay on top. Red's pushing against the bot, making sure they can't score anything. On the other side, Red's adding theirs into the long goal, while every other bot is focused on the middle. They decided they have the extra space, so may as well use the time to score some blocks. With the last bit, Red and Blue are fighting over the top middle. Blue currently has the lead, but that could change at any moment, as we've seen before. Blue trying to score into the long goal, trying to add a 4th onto their other 3 blocks. Red is parked and has decided to stay there. They've got Blue as 4, trying to push them in, maybe get control zone, but they didn't have enough time for that. That ends the match.
Just to be like, you ain't up on this, and I can't even go to the grocery store without some ones that's clean and a shirt with a team. We live in the American dream. The people highest up got the lowest self-esteem. The prettiest people do the ugliest things. For the road to riches and diamond rings. Shine because they hate us, floss because they the greatest. We tryna buy back our 40 acres, and for that paper, look how low we are stoop. Even if you in a bench, you still in the coop. Come on, and when it falls down, who you gon' call now? Come on, and when it all falls down, I say the police, that's how I treat them. We buy our way out of jail, but we can't buy freedom. We'll buy a lot of clothes, but we don't really need them. Things we buy to cover up what's inside, cause they made us hate ourselves and love they wealth. That's why shorty's hollering where the ball is at. Drug dealer by Jordan, crack kid by crack, and the white man get paid off for all of that. But I ain't even gon' act totally other than that. I went to Jacob with 25 now before I had a house, and I do it again. Cause I wanna be on 106 and Park, pushing the bands. I wanna act all horrific like it's all terrific. I got a couple past due bills, I won't get specific. I got a problem with spending before I get it. We all subconscious, I'm just the first to admit it. Yeah, come on, and when it falls down, who you gon' call now? Come on, and when it all falls down, Southside, we gon' set this party off right. Westside, we gon' set this party off right. Shot-town, we gon' show them how we get down. Now Selena, you just like the safe belt, you saved my life. just can't keep working like this. This grave ship is like a slave ship. One more time. One more time. One more time. We're gonna celebrate. Oh yeah, alright. Don't stop the dancing. One more time. We're gonna celebrate. Oh yeah, alright. Don't stop the dancing. One more time. We're gonna celebrate. Oh yeah, alright. Don't stop the dancing. One more time. We're gonna celebrate. Oh yeah. One more time. One more time. We're gonna celebrate. Oh yeah, alright. Don't stop the dancing. One more time. We're gonna celebrate. Oh yeah, don't stop the dancing. One more time. I'm just feeling celebration tonight. Celebrate. Don't wait too late. No, we don't stop. You can't stop. We're gonna celebrate. One more time. One more time. One more time. A celebration. Know we're gonna do it right tonight. Hey, just feeling. Music's got me feeling the need. Yeah. Come on. Alright, we're gonna celebrate. One more time. Celebrate and dance so free. Music's got me feeling so free. Celebrate and dance so free. One more time. Music's got me feeling so free. We're gonna celebrate. Celebrate and dance so free. One more time. Music's got me feeling so free. We're gonna celebrate. Celebrate and dance so free. One more time. Music's got me feeling so free. We're gonna celebrate. Celebrate and dance so free. One more time. Music's got me feeling so free. We're gonna celebrate. Celebrate and dance so free. One more time. Music's got me feeling so free. We're gonna celebrate. Celebrate and dance so free. One more time. Music's got me
beautiful sight. We're happy tonight, walking in a winter wonderland. Gone away is the bluebird, here to stay is the new bird. He sings a love song as we go along, walking in a winter wonderland. In the meadow we can build a snowman and pretend that he is Parson Brown. He'll say, are you married? We'll say, no, man, but you can do the job when you're in town. Later on, we'll conspire as we dream by the fire to face unafraid plans that we've made, walking in a winter wonderland. Sleigh bells ring. Are you listening? In the lane. Snow is glistening, a beautiful sight. We're happy tonight, walking in a winter wonderland. Gone away is the bluebird, here to stay is a new bird. He sings a love song as we go along, walking in a winter wonderland. In the meadow we can build a snowman and pretend that he's a circus clown. We'll have lots of fun with Mr. Snowman. Yes, until the other kiddies knock him down. Later on, we'll conspire as we dream by the fire to face unafraid the plans that we've made, walking in a winter wonderland. Walking in a winter wonderland. Silver bells, it's Christmas time in the city. Ring-a-ling, hear them ring. Soon it will be Christmas Day. City sidewalks, busy sidewalks, dressed in holiday style. In the air there's a feeling of Christmas. Children laughing, people passing, meeting smile after smile, and on every street corner you hear silver bells, silver bells. It's Christmas time in the city. Ring-a-ling, hear them ring. Soon it will be Christmas Day.
Twinkle street lights, even stop lights, twinkle bright red and green, as the shoppers rush home with the treasure.
Hear the snow crunch, see the kids bunch. This is Santa's big scene, and above all this bustle you hear silver bells, silver bells. It's Christmas time in the city. Ring-a-ling, hear them ring. Soon it will be Christmas Day. Silver bells,
Happy holidays, folks, wherever you may be. You know Dasher and Dancer and Prancer and Vixen, Comet and Cupid and Donner and Blitzen. But do you recall the most famous reindeer of all? Rudolph the red-nosed reindeer had a very sharp
Check, check. All right, as we jump right back into our matches, we can take a quick look at our teams for qualification number 24. On the Red Alliance, we have Team 90235A Atomic and Team 31102A, the Ninja Turtles. On the Blue Alliance, we have Team 15183B Bulldogs and Team 55755A Zenith Eclipse. Blue Alliance, can we put our safety glasses on, please? All right, teams are ready to go for Q24, so we can get started in 3, 2, 1, auto. Looks like we're starting a little too well at the last half of matches, so we're gonna go with a little bit of a debuff starting these next couple. About 5 minutes behind. And it looks like not very much movement from auto, just one team, and a likely end, and it's I. So we get started for driver in 3, 2, 1, drive. Going forward, red is going to start with one block in their long goal and going for another into their intake, as does blue, currently mirroring red's score. Red Alliance tries to get one in, but it drops just below the entrance of the goal. But their Alliance is going to go for another, but it accidentally flies out the front, but that's okay because they're just going to pick it right back up and try again. Blue Alliance using their intake, trying to score in the long goal. Red Alliance is going to play some defense, get them off of it, having trouble pushing them. And red now has 2 blocks in the long goal, giving them an advantage in this match. Blue and red playing defense on the blue side of the field. Red coming around to look for more blocks, trying to get it out of there, trying to get it into their intake and off the ground. Looks like red's going to be heading back to the same goal to score with 1 minute left. Blue's going to be trying to play some defense against red still, pushing the blocks and getting some into their intake. Red's going to go for the 3rd block and a long goal, giving them a total of 15 points. Looks like blue's trying to go for low middle goal, but unfortunately the block cannot seem to pass through their intake easily. And now they got it, which will give them a significant advantage with a control zone. However, red is coming through to contest that with their own block, but unfortunately it falls out, still giving red that advantage. We still have more defense for red and blue. If red is going to need to negate this control zone if they want a chance, and they do, negating blue's control zone with another red block in the last 20 seconds. Park zones are protected and are the easiest way for teams to get points. 10 seconds left, and red is still trying to score in their own long goal, and they do, negating blue's current block in there. Red has currently countered every single one of blue's attempts to get points, and that will be the end of the match.
Let's transition now to qualification match number 25. For the Red Alliance, we have team 3184A, the Torkers. With them is team 70149A, Steel Panthers. For the Blue Alliance, we have team 33705A, 5-Star Loading. Along with them is team 15183A, DTSMA. All right, with both teams ready, we can start autonomous in 3, 2, 1. We got movement from both red teams. We've seen an attempt at solo win point before. They get 4 into the long goal, going now for middle. They just don't make it. They might run into the other bot here. They just can't make it. They did 4 though. Red wins autonomous. Now we can start driver in 3, 2, 1. Already starting with 4 blocks in the long goal. Red's already at an advantage. They're trying to go in and put more, but blue is trying to put a stop to them. That big eye of theirs does more than just look funny. They end up scoring 1 and get control zone. And now they're going to use their match loads to fill up that long goal. Red and blue on this side. Blue's trying to score into the long goal, but red's playing heavy defense, making sure they can't do it. They've got 4 blocks in, blue and control zone in the long goal. Red is taking control of the further long goal, while blue is taking control of the closer one. Blue also has control of the bottom middle, which is going to grant them quite a few points. Trying to score more, they're trying to get 2 more into the bottom middle. Red's going to use their D-score mech and D-score 2 out of the 4 blocks and remove control zone. No more blue blocks are scored into the long goal. An incredible sweep from red team. Now they're taking this chance to fill up the long goal with their own blocks and get control zone. That's 2 red control zone and 1 blue. Blue's not ready to stand back and just let them do that. They're playing heavy defense, knocking them around, while red's scoring top middle, getting that control zone. There's currently 3 red control zones and only 1 blue. One of the boxes is stuck. It's going to be 2 red versus 1 blue at this point if the blue cannot get unstuck. They just seem to be playing heavy defense now, just making sure that they can't score because red's currently in the lead. All they need to do is protect it. Red going for the park. Blue trying to shove red out of the top middle and going for park themselves, but just doesn't make it.
Let's take a look at qualification number 26. Take a look at the Red Alliance, starting with 71909Z, Phantom Zephyr, and Team 66567A, Molo Robo Warriors. On the Blue Alliance, we have Team 52028B, the Servo Saints, and Team 69403C, the Crusading Clankers. With blue and red ready to go, we can start in 3, 2, 1, auto. All right, we got movement from the Red and Blue Alliance. Blue Alliance going to grab some blocks but missing, while the Red drops 2 in the low middle goal and then heads to the loader for 3 more. Looks like they're going to turn around and deploy that aligner and drop 2 in the long goal at the last second. It looks like blue also got a block on the opposite side of the long goal as well. It looks like an auto bonus is going to go to red. Let's get started. In 3, 2, 1, drive. The blue Alliance going for blocks in the red as well. It looks like an auto. We had to take a look at a previous iteration of a rule. Earlier, just recently, there was an update basically involving if you were to knock a block to the opposite side of the team's field in auto, it would cost you the auto bonus because you technically affected the other team's autonomous routine. However, they recently changed the ruling on this, basically saying the other team will get the auto bonus if you roll it, but they will not get a win point as well. And for any of you wanting to look, the Q&A is Q&A 2924, 2924. Now back to the match. We have a clear red sweep and the long goals. Looks like red needs to back up to stay outside of the field. But the red alliance has clearly gotten three total control zones, 2 long goals and 1 low middle goal. Blue's on the opposite side, trying to get 1 block in the upper middle goal, but is being defended by red's alliance partner, as our user drivetrain as a wedge to keep blue from scoring in the goals. Red trying as much as they can to get some of the upper middle goal, but unfortunately missed due to blue's defense. And blue has managed to get 3 blocks on the opposite side of red, contesting their score. Blue's still trying to get in the upper middle goal, but unfortunately cannot align due to defense from red. 20 seconds left means drivers need to be watching out for those park zones, and red may be trying to get a double park. Unfortunately, red's alliance partner cannot get onto the park zone, so red is going to drive on and park themselves.
Let's get ready for qualification match number 27. For the Red Alliance, we have Team 53073 in the Jawas. Allianced with them is Team 33705B, 5-star Keepy Uppy. For the Blue Alliance, we have their sister team, Team 33705C, 5-star Galaxy Gators. Along with them is Team 3184D, the Tourists. With both alliances ready, we can start autonomous in 3, 2, 1. We got a red bot moving and a blue bot moving. Blue's picking up 1. Oh, just barely dropped the block. Trying to score in the top middle, just doesn't make it. Red going for their score attempt, gets 1. That will be enough for the bonus, but let's see how many more they can score. They get two in the top middle, securing their control bonus. That'll be red autonomous. We can begin driver in 3, 2, 1. Already, red has control of the top middle control zone. That'll be a nice 8 points for them. And they already have a block in the long goal, which could be used for control zone. They put 2 more in there, going for the loader, which will be very nice for the match loads. Blue, on the other hand, is trying to get control zone at the top middle, removing the red blocks out of there. Red uses their D-score mechanism to ensure control zone of the long goal. They got 2 in there. Blue's currently trying to play defense and get those out of there. But red is keeping them away. Red's keeping them away from the top middle goal. They want to keep their control zone. Red now going for the other long goal, possibly going for their own second control zone. With that D-score mech, they could just push it in. They don't have to score as many blocks just to shove it in. They can just put it in with their arm, which is exactly what they're going to do. However, while they do this, blue is going to make the control zone neutral at the top middle, making sure that red does not get any more control zones than they already have. Red bot trying to play defense against blue. The other red bot is trying to get control zone on bottom middle. They have all but 1 control zone. I'm sure they're going to want the top middle, which is exactly what they're going for, trying to put 1 more block in there, but blue is trying to place their arm so that they can play defense. Red controls almost all control zones, but the bottom middle is contested. Now they're going for more match loads in their loader, possibly trying to fill up their own long goal. Blue is trying to get their own control zone in the bottom middle, but just doesn't make the block. That'll be it for the match.
Let's take a look at qualification number 28 on the Red Alliance. We have team 48760A, Nova X, and team 3184C, the Monstors. On the Blue Alliance, we have team 31102B, the Rusty Wrenches, and team 55755A, Zenith Eclipse. Both teams are ready to go. Get started in 3, 2, 1, auto. Looks like the Red Alliance is going to go straight back to get a block in their intake, while the Blue does the same and aims towards the goal, but unfortunately misses, leaving these teams with no points in auto. That's going to give us an auto tie to start driver. In 3, 2, 1, drive. Blue Alliance is going to zip forward for some blocks, so the Red goes straight to play some defense on Blue while still having 0 points in the long goals. It looks like if this keeps up, this will be a grand total, amount to a grand total of 0-0 unless these teams start scoring. Blue Alliance is left completely free off the opposite side of the field to try and score the blocks in their intake. And now Red is going to keep playing defense on Blue. Looks like Blue's still on the opposite side trying to get more blocks together. Blue is heading towards the match loader, but is getting some heavy defense from Red and cannot intake all the blocks they would like to. Now the Red Alliance is still going to keep Blue from match loading. And it looks like Red does have 2 blocks in the lower control zone, so if they continue to play defense, they will have the win. It looks like Blue's trying to score into the low goal, but unfortunately can't. Red currently has 3 blocks in the low goal, giving them a total of 20 points. Blue is still trying to score on the opposite side of the long goal, but unfortunately cannot intake the blocks they need to. And we have a license plate on the field just under the middle goal as Blue goes for a top middle goal control zone. 20 seconds left in the match means that park zones are protected. And now the Blue Alliance is trying to head back to their match loader for more blocks to score. There's 10 seconds left in the match. And the Blue Alliance on the far side still has trouble moving, while the Red is trying to intake game pieces. 2, 1, 0 seconds left.
Now moving on to qualification match number 29. For the Red Alliance, we have team 70699D, Wolverine Robotics. Along with them is their sister team, 70699C, Wolverine Robotics. For the Blue Alliance, we have team 70634C, Techno Vipers. Along with them is team 90235A, Atomic. With both teams ready, we can start Auton in 3, 2, 1. Blue team off with both bots moving. Only one Wolverine bot is moving, however. Blue trying to go for long goal and upper middle, but just there seems to be a problem, and it just hasn't aligned quite well. One block is sitting on top of the intake, just stuck in one place. That ends in an autonomous tie. We'll begin driver in 3, 2, 1. Wolverine Robotics already going for their blocks in the corner. Blue's trying to pick up the blocks that they didn't get before and scoring them. Blue's going for their long goal. Got 1, 2, 3 in there. Red's trying to go for the middle. Red also gets their 3 blocks into their own long goal. No control zones yet. Blue gets another in the long goal. Red's trying to go for bottom middle and gets control zone. That'll be a nice 6 points for them, securing it further in. Blue seems to have a chain that's broken. Their intake doesn't seem it'll be working this match. Red's going to take this moment to try to put the red block into the top middle. That doesn't seem to be working very well. Blue is sitting perfectly fine with their 5 blue blocks in the long goal. However, it's just not enough to get that control zone. They're going to have to do a lot of work to make up for the other team whose intake broke. Although you can't count that bot out, defense is always a strong option. Red's trying to score more into their own long goal, adding a bit more to contest the blue. They get 5, 6 maybe. Blue is trying to take this moment to get their own control zone. It's a close game. Blue may have control zone here. Red's trying to park. Red seems to have gotten a park off, and Blue's trying to get their control zone for the long goal, while Red still has the control zone for the bottom middle. It's going to be very close, so this is going to end up parking is going to matter a lot here. Blue's trying to get one more to secure their control zone.
Taking a look at qualification number 30 on the Red Alliance, we have Team 71909X, Tesla Model X, and Team 3184B, the Big Top Tours. On the Blue Alliance, we have Team 71498, the Steel Panthers, and Team 31102A, the Ninja Turtles. Teams are ready to go and get started in 3, 2, 1, drive. Auto. The Red Alliance is going to go for the middle goal, but miss it. Instead, they're going to slowly make their way over to the loader instead to try and secure more blocks. That's going to send 3 blocks into the long goal and 1 in the control zone, giving Red the auto win. Once we're ready to go, we'll get started. 3, 2, 1, drive. Red immediately match loading an auto, getting 6 blocks into their robot. Blue Alliance on the opposite side trying to get 1 into the long goal as Red pushes more into the robot and deep into the control zone. Blue having 1 block into the middle goal and making that 2, giving them both middle goal control zones. Red still trying with blocks in their intake to get more to go in the opposite long goal and take control of those easy point areas. They're going to send 2 Reds and a blue into the long goal. Unfortunately, scoring for the other team. With 1 minute left, Red's going to continue to load blocks into their robot, and then I'll take a blue. Blue on the opposite side, struggling to figure out their match loader to see if they can get some blocks out of the loaders. The Red Alliance as well, scoring in the middle goal. Another with blocks in their intake, but is currently not scoring, deciding to play some defense on Blue and push them into the match loader. Blue is still trying to see if they can descore the Red blocks, but unfortunately those blocks are too far in, and they cannot touch them. Red's on the opposite side, match loading once again, using 3/4 of the match loaders on the field all by themselves, nearly being all cleared. We got 30 seconds left of the match, and Red's trying to score some more in the upper middle goal. Gets 1, but cannot make the next one. Looks like Red's going to come to the side of the field and load up their intake. Ready to make a larger sweep of points in the last 20 seconds. Park zones are now protected, and it does look like the Blue Alliance has lost a chain on part of their intake. Looks like Red's trying to find what to do with those blocks, but unfortunately, they managed to get 4 and a control zone and the middle goal. And that will be the end of Q30.
We go now to qualification match number 31. For the Red Alliance, we have team 65607C, Circuit Circus. Along with them is team 8892A, Vidreams Redux. For the Blue Alliance, we have team 55608A, Central Wildcat Robotics. Along with them is team 33705A, 5-Star Loading.
Are you ready? Red, are you ready?
We'll begin autonomous in 3, 2, 1. Red bot's moving. Both blue bots are going. Red gets the corner. Going to score it into the long goal here. Tries to get one. Just can't seem to get any one of them. Blue's going for their loader. Trying to score some. Blues may get one in the long goal. Just, it seems to be stuck though. Not a single block scored. That's going to be an autonomous tie. And driver will begin. In 3, 2, 1. Although they can't score, they couldn't score an autonomous, they sure can in driver. We've already got 6 blue blocks scored and control zone in the long goal. Red's trying to respond by putting their own blocks into the long goal, taking away control zone from blue. Although it might be a bit of a challenge as there's already 4 blocks in there. Red's going for their own match loads from their loader. Blue gets bottom middle control zone, giving them an extra 6 points. Blue's trying to play defense over here, making sure the red cannot get their match loads. Meanwhile, their teammates over securing control zone on the other long goal. Red's trying to use their D-score mech and shoves the blue out of the way, securing control for themselves. Now Red's going to try to take their blocks and fill up that long goal, but blue is also taking their time to fill up the other long goal. The other red bot seems to be stuck, which may become a problem. Blue is playing heavy defense on red. They've only got 1 bot, so defense is a very good option here. Their other bot is taking their blocks and putting them into the long goal, possibly trying to remove control zone from red. We may have some rubber bands stuck in the bot with 20 seconds left. Park zones are going to be protected. Red seems to be pushed in the corner by blue. Isn't really much they can do as they're the only bot. Blue's taking their chance to take control of top middle. It seems there's a lot of blue here with only 5 seconds left. Blue's trying to mark, just doesn't make it.
Okay, let's look at qualification number 32 on the Red Alliance. We have team 151A3B, the Bulldogs, and team 12188A, the Robo Rogues. On the Blue Alliance, we have team 70699B, Wolverine Robotics, and team 55635A, the Clankin' Clanker Makers. All teams ready to go and get started. In 3, 2, 1, auto. Surprisingly, we only have movement from the Red Alliance as they pick it up and try to hit the middle goal, but unfortunately miss as their alliance partner drives into the park zone. With 0 seconds left, that will be the end of auto and result in a tie. We can start driver in 3, 2, 1, drive. It's going to look like the Red Alliance is going to go for some blocks just under the center middle goal as the Blue Alliance heads to the match loader. There's going to be a little bit of fighting between red and blue in the center of the field. Red trying to get in the middle goal, blue making sure that doesn't happen. Red's going to try to intake into their robot with their flapper, but unfortunately it flies out the front. Blue gets 4 blocks into the long goal, giving them the advantage, and a total of 17 points. As they move to the opposite match loader, they're going to see how many they can get. While blue on the red on this corner continues to try to get blocks into their intake, but to no avail. They've actually got a little thing going on. They have like 8 motors on the drive. It's pretty cool. Blue still working at that match loader to get those blocks. Still having issues with their intake jamming. Red and blue still fighting on the opposite side of the field. Red currently has 1 block and the lower middle goal, giving them a control bonus, but it will not be enough to win them this match. Blue Alliance sending 3 more blocks into the opposite long goal, making a clear advantage. it looks like there is now a little bit of entanglement on the opposite side of the field as teams work together. Red trying not to tip blue while trying to release their intake. That's why teams have to be careful this year about using rubber banded rollers, because those teams can snag so easily. But now it looks like our teams have broken free. In the last 20 seconds, park zones are protected as red pushes blue into the park zone for half a second, then backs off to the middle of the field. Red's going to try to get one more block in the middle of their goal, but their chain is off of their robot, and now the intake is not spinning. 1 second left, and blue's going to park, but unfortunately they do not make it, making that the end of the match.
Well, it looks like Santa Claus has come to town handing out little gifts for everyone. If you look over there, you can see Santa handing out stuff. Be sure to stop by and get something for yourself. Moving on to qualification match number 33. For the Red Alliance, we have Team 52028A SLC Mecha Force. Their alliance with Team 70699A Wolverine Robotics. For the Blue Alliance, we have Team 3184A, the Torkers. Along with them is Team 90235B, Bluey. All right, both alliances are ready, so we can begin this match. In 3, 2, 1. Red's already starting to move towards their loader, trying to get something, but just is barely unable to. Blue, on the other hand, is scoring 4 blue blocks, gets 1 red, but they do have control zone here. Going for top middle, they score 1 into it. This may be win point if we get enough. For the first time in this competition, we have seen an autonomous win point. We have 7 blocks scored in 3 separate goals and 3 blue blocks taken from the loader. That is a win point. All right, and bonus as well. Moving on now to driver. In 3, 2, 1. Blue's immediately going for their loader, trying to score more blocks into the long goal, just barely not getting control. And they already have control of top middle. Red's trying to join them too, getting their own blocks into the top middle, but Blue is trying to play defense to get them out of there. A D-score attempt was made, but it didn't really move the blocks out, and instead gave Blue control zone. Red's placing their own blocks into the long goal, but is having a little trouble doing so. Blue is trying to play defense, but their battery has fallen out. Blue does have 3 control zones. 2 in the long goal, 1 in the top middle. Red's trying to score some, but is having a little bit of difficulty getting through there. Blue has a almost completely full long goal on one side and is trying to fight off the red from scoring any. Now going for the other long goal, filling it up as much as possible, getting as many points as they can. Red still is trying their best to score, but is unable to due to heavy defense from the blue bot. Although their battery has fallen out, that won't stop them from trying. Blue is now trying to seek control zone for the bottom middle, trying to control everything on the field. Blue is trying to maintain control zone with their D-score mech and fighting with the other team, making sure that neither one can control either part. Blue does descore the one red block. It seems as this comes to a close, no blocks will be scored, but red does go for the park. Red is trying to descore, but is just unable to with the time given. It's time now for qualification match number 34. For the Red Alliance, we have team 33705B, 5-star Keepy Uppy. Along with them is team 71909Z, Phantom Zephyr. For the Blue Alliance, we have team 70699C, Wolverine Robotics. Along with them is team 15183A, DGSMA. Both alliances are ready, so we can start the match. In 3, 2, 1. Red bot is moving, trying to get the blocks in the corner, going for bottom middle, scores 2 blocks. That'll be enough for the bonus if no other bots move. And now they're going for the loader, getting 1, 2, 3 red blocks, trying to go for the loader, long goal here, scoring enough blocks, almost getting control zone. That'll be red autonomous bonus. Time to start driver. In 3, 2, 1. Red's already starting with quite the heavy lead with 6 blocks already scored and 1 control zone. They're trying to clear out their loader, hopefully getting some match loads. Blue is scoring in the bottom middle and in the long goal on the other side, trying to play against red. Red is trying to get match loads, but got 2 blue bots on them, wanting to keep them out of there. It is so important, those match loads, that the entire team is trying to get them away from it. They're trying to score in the long goal, but some heavy defense from Blue is keeping them away. Blue with their big eyes telling them, I'm watching you, and keeps pushing them out of the way. Blue, on the other hand, is trying to score in the bottom middle and gains control zone. There was some entanglement, and there seems to be a rubber band attached to one of the red bots. Red's trying to score in the long goal, but Blue is keeping up with them, making sure they stay out of the way. Red's going to the other side, trying to see if they have better luck there, and scoring a lot of blocks and securing control zone. A heavy push for the red team, trying to scoop up the rest of their red blocks to score them. And they've deployed their D-score mech, possibly trying to get another control zone. One of the blue bots seems to be still for a moment. Red's going to use their D-score mech to ensure control zone. Red's trying to park. They get maybe 1 bot in. They're possibly going for a double park here. That may be the double park. Consider yourselves lucky because I'm doing a 3rd match in a row. I know. It's wonderful to see me 3 times in a row. But for qualification match number 35, we have the Red Alliance with team 3184D, the Tourists. Along with them is team 33705A, 5-star loading. For the Blue Alliance, we have team 48760A, Nova X. Along with them is Team 70699D, Wolverine Robotics. It's honestly amazing seeing autonomous win point in one match and then double park in the next. To really stress how important the autonomous win point is, every time you win a match, you gain 2 win points, which is added to your ranking. Autonomous win point adds 1 to that, so you get 3. That already puts you ahead of all of the other teams because you have an extra point that they can only gain from Auton. This is huge for rankings. Double park 2 is very important as it gives you 35 points in a match as opposed to the normal 8 for 1 park. Both alliances are ready now, so we can start Auton in 3, 2, 1. All bots are moving. Red going for the bottom middle is out-ticking. It just doesn't make it, just barely. Now they're going for the loader, trying to get those blocks there. Blue is just unable to get into the top middle goal. Unfortunately, no blocks are scored, so it's an autonomous tie. We'll start driver now in 3, 2, 1. Red already going for their loader, trying to go for the long goal, scoring so many blocks, but Blue is right there for the defense, making sure they don't get any. Blue is taking the long goal for themselves and getting control zone, an extra 10 points on top. Autonomous isn't in play here, so it's all about those control zones. Blue's going for the other side now, trying to get another control zone, but Red's trying there to contest it, making sure they get the control zone instead. We got 4 bots into the corner there, all gathered around the loader and the long goal. Blue's going for another score, but the block just doesn't seem to want to come out. It's just barely there. They're trying to force it in. Red gets one in and is just short of control zone. They get it right there. Blue gets in, making sure that neither has control zone. It's very important here to get the control zone, with Blue already having one and the other one contested. The bots now are fighting over the loader and the long goal. Red's going to try to push more Blue blocks in. Red gets their block, but it's still not enough to gain control zone. They're going to need a few more just to make sure. Red is trying to pressure Blue, making sure they don't score anything in the middle. All bots seem to be trying to go for the middle or the long goal. Red's going for the long goal now with 20 seconds left. They go for a park. It seems there was some collision there, which may end up being a violation. You've got to watch out for those parking zones in the last 20 seconds. Red's trying to go for a park here, and they make it. Blue makes it as well. We've got 2 parks. Blue's defending their control zone to the very end, making sure that they don't get it. And that ends the match.
All right, I'm back ready to take a look at qualification number 36. Talk about the Red Alliance. We have team 33705C, the 5-star Galaxy Gators, and team 31102A, the Ninja Turtles. On the Blue Alliance, we're looking at team 3184C, the Monsters, and team 8892A, the Vidreams Redux. With red and blue ready to go, we can start auto in 3, 2, 1, autonomous. Looks like the Blue Alliance is going to go straight forward for those 2 blocks and lining up in the long goal. Just getting it at the halfway point and missing. They're going to go for the loader instead, ramming into it, but unfortunately not getting any blocks. While on the opposite side, red managed to get 2 and the upper middle goal. That's going to be a red auto bonus to start driver. 3, 2, 1, drive. Blue Alliance is going to whip around and go straight for their loader. Bringing their loader back down. It looks like it might be having some issues. Not exactly going down all the way. On the opposite side, blue is going to drive right up onto the lower middle goal, while also pinning red against the long goal. Looks like blue is still going to try to intake blocks across the field, moving around to the opposite side, long goal, to gain themselves an advantage. Looks like they might be having some issues with jamming their intake as they take some defense from red. They're going to have to move a block outside their intake and get blocks from somewhere else. Blue's going to be pinning red against the long goal, but just in time, blue manages to get free, as does red. Blue still with only 1 block in the low middle goal, and blue may also be stuck on a long goal, rendering them unable to score. Looks like the Blues Alliance is going to see if they can free them. And it looks like they may be hooked onto the long goal. Can they get out? Yes, they can. And now they are back onto the field and ready to play. 35 seconds left. Blues going to need a serious comeback against this minor advantage of red with 1, 2 control zones. Blues going to need to find a way to break from this loss and look 4 blocks across the field in the last 20 seconds where park zones are protected. It looks like blue was pushed into the park zone but manages to get out and allow their alliance partner to continue to stay parked. Blue Alliance currently with 0 points. They're going to need a miracle if they want to make it, but unfortunately they cannot find any blocks on the field.
On to qualification match number 37. For the Red Alliance, we have team 71909X, Tesla Model X. Along with them is team 3184A, Torkers. For the Blue Alliance, we have team 15183B, Bulldogs. Along with them is team 52028B, Servo Saints. With both alliances ready, we begin autonomous. In 3, 2, 1. All bots are moving here. Both red bots are getting blocks on the sides. We have 2 in the top middle, securing control zone with 1 in the long goal. They have cleared out their loader and just can't score in the long goal. Blue, on the other hand, has control zone of the loader, of long goal. This one's going to be pretty close. In a very close autonomous, blue will win autonomous with a 19 to red's 17. With that, we can move to driver in 3, 2, 1. With a close autonomous, red is already taking back their control zone, making sure it is neutral between the two. Blue is not so ready to give up their control zone, is pushing against them. Red gets a control zone on the closer long goal, making sure that they have the most points. Red is now trying to get control of the bottom middle. Red is trying to fill up their long goal and pushes out the blue blocks. It's a full red long goal now with control zone. Blue is not looking so good as all of their blocks have been descored. They may have had the autonomous, but they sure aren't doing too well in driver. Blue is trying their best to make sure that they have something. But red just keeps descoring, even descoring their own blocks. Red's filling up their long goal, making sure that they have as many points as possible, and denying blue of any points. They have currently 3 control zones. Blue does not have any. Some great descoring from red is making sure that blue can't keep a block in the goal. They almost completely filled their long goal. There's one blue block, a singular blue block that red has not descored. Blue is trying their best to score something, but they keep being descored. Blue's going for another block in the long goal, but it doesn't look like it's going to be enough to regain control zone. They have tied up control zone in the top middle, making sure that red doesn't get it, although neither will they. Red gets the bottom middle, making sure they have 3 control zones back again. Blue's trying to get at least one, and they do.
Moving on to qualification number 36, actually number 38. On the Red Alliance, we have Team 55755A, Zenith Eclipse, and Team 55635A, the Clankin' Clinker Makers. On the Blue Alliance, we have Team 66567A, the Molo Robo Warriors, and Team 70634C, the Techno Vipers. Both alliances are ready to go. And start auto in 3, 2, 1, auto. Looks like we're only going to see some movement from the Blue Alliance in taking 2 blocks into their intake and aiming towards the low middle goal, but unfortunately cannot line up properly, which will result in them completely missing. That's going to be an auto tie and a start in 3, 2, 1, drive. Red Alliance is going to zoom forward, trying to get some blocks into their intake. Wow. The Blue Alliance gets more on top and tries to line them up into the middle goal. Red Alliance taking 3 and then 4 blocks into the long goal, giving themselves an advantage. And Blue's drivetrain continues to swerve around the field, trying to play defense on red. 70634C is going to be pushing 3 blue blocks into the middle goal for a control zone. And Red's getting a call for pinning, but is now able to get unstuck and move out of the way. Blue Alliance still looking for more blocks to put in their intake. Red Alliance trying to do the same. Looks like they're going to come from the loader and receive some defense from Blue. But regardless, they accidentally tip Blue's drivetrain over due to that defense and score another block into the long goal. Looks like the Blue Alliance is still trying to find blocks to intake from their opposite side of the field as Red goes for more in the long goal, almost approaching a control, but they have to stay out of the way of the Blue drivetrain. With 30 seconds left in the match, Red is still going for the match loader, currently 4 blocks in their intake, and lining up into the goal to give themselves a control zone. Looks like they have one more in the last 20 seconds. Park zones are protected. Blue trying to untip their teammate and also play defense on red, but unfortunately it may not work. The closer they push their teammate, the closer blue gets to the park zone. We have 5 seconds left of the match. Blue still pushing against red, but that will be the end of the match.
Now into qualification match number 39. On the Red Alliance, we have Team 31102B, Rusty Wrenches. Along with them is Team 70699B, Wolverine Robotics. For the Blue Alliance, we have Team 65607C, Circuit Circus. Along with them is Team 90235A, Atomic. Both alliances are ready, so we can begin autonomous in 3, 2, 1. We have a red bot and a blue bot moving. Red going for the loader on the other side. Blue going straight for their long goal. Trying to score one in. Red gets almost one in, just barely doesn't make it. Blue doesn't seem to have their intake running. It looks like it's going to be no block scored for either side. It's going to be an autonomous tie. So we can move on to driver in 3, 2, 1. Blue already trying to score the blue block that they missed in autonomous. They get it in. Red going for bottom middle goal here, trying to take advantage of that control zone. Blue also going for the middle goal on the top. Red gets one in, taking that control zone. Blue gets one in, canceling out the control zone. That belongs to neither one of them. Red is going for their loader, hoping to match load in. We have some bots fighting in the middle of the ring here. Fighting over the middle goal, no doubt. Red is gathering as many blocks as they can from their loader, match loading them all in. Just carrying all of them. Their bot can hold so many blocks, so may as well do it all in one run. Blue's trying to play defense, but Red has just captured all of them for themselves. Blue is taking this chance to score their own blocks, while Red is scoring theirs. They get 1, 2, 3 in there. And they get control zone. A nice shove forward gives them control zone of the long goal here, giving them an extra 10 points. Blue, on the other hand, is trying to score their own, but is facing defense from Red. Red is keeping them away from that long goal. They've only scored 2 so far. However, a red block was descored from the top middle, giving control zone to the Blue Alliance. Only a few seconds left here. Blue is trying to keep up their score in the long goal, and Red is going for the park. They've got 10 seconds left. They're trying to make it on, but having a little difficulty. They make the park. Blue's going for the park of their own, and they seem to have made it. That'll win the match.
Moving on to qualification number 40 on the Red Alliance, we have Team 69403Z, the Crusading Clankers, and Team 90235B, Bluey. On the Blue Alliance, we have Team 3184B, Big Top Tours, and Team 55608A, Central Wildcat Robotics. All alliances are ready to go and start auto in 3, 2, 1, autonomous. Now, looks like we've got some movement from Blue, getting the most blocks in their intake so far, while Red stops spinning right beside the low middle goal. Blue's going to send one red block into the long goal, but their number of blue blocks in the long and middle goal outweighs the red and gives blue the autonomous bonus. We'll start driver control in 3, 2, 1, drive. Looks like the Blue Alliance is going to be putting more blocks into the low center control zone, giving themselves a bonus. But red comes from the other side to de-score it, knocking out a singular blue block. Red Alliance coming in from the opposite side of the long goal, having 2 blocks in their intake. They're going to try to score it, and they make it. Just barely getting it through that long goal opening. Red Alliance still trying to de-score the blue blocks, getting that claw on top, and they do. There are now no blocks in the middle goals. Currently, there are no control zones on the field, but both blue teams work together to score on opposite sides, giving them 3 whole blocks. Red Alliance noticed Blue Alliance noticed Red's de-scoring, and now Blue Alliance is going to see if they can come back and combat that by standing on the opposite side. Blue manages to get another block out of the goal. And red and blue are going to fight on the opposite side of the field, while red continues to de-score. Red currently now has 2, 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6 blocks in the long goals and 1 block in the low middle goal, gaining the advantage in this match. Red Alliance trying to line up in the upper middle goal to give them the block. They now have the control zone, but accidentally knock it out. 23, 22, 21, 20 seconds left in the match. Dark zones are protected. It's looking like red and blue are fighting in the middle for control zones. Red clearly having the advantage in the long goals in the last 10 seconds. Red's going to try to get one in the middle, and they do, giving them control. Now they're going to back up and try to park as Red's batteries falls out. Can they make it in 2, 1, 0 seconds left?
On to qualification match number 41. For the Red Alliance, we have team 70149A, Steel Panthers. Along with them is team 12188A, Robo Rogues. For the Blue Alliance, we have team 53073N, the Jawas. Along with them is team 70699A, Wolverine Robotics. With both teams ready, we can start Auton in 3, 2, 1. We have movement from all 4 bots over here. Blue is going for that loader immediately, trying to score it into the long goal. Red seems to try to get one in the top middle, but that doesn't seem it's going to stay for very long. Blue is missing their blocks as well. It doesn't seem like there's going to be any scoring, but blue gets 2 in right at the end. Blue. That's going to be blue autonomous. With that, we can start driver in 3, 2, 1. Red immediately taking control of the bottom middle control zone, giving those extra 6 points for themselves. Blue, however, does have top middle. Blue going for their match load and their loader. Although red is trying to keep them away, pushing them on top of blocks even. Blue is filling up their loader with blocks, trying to make sure they have enough for whenever they go for the long goal. Speaking of, blue is going for the long goal for themselves. They have 1 in. Red is de-scoring blue blocks from the top middle. They got 1. They're going for a second. They go for the second. And that removes blue control zone. Blue does have 4 blocks in the loader in that time, though. And they're going to go for control zone with their de-score. They get it. That's a control zone extra 10 points. Right now it's with 4 blocks for blue, 1 block for red, with 1 control zone for each. It seems that the red and blue bots are stuck together. They're trying to free one another. The red bot seems to be stuck for itself as well, although the other 2 bots are free. It seems that it's going to be 2 blue and 1 red. Blue is taking their time to go for the loader. Red's trying to help out their teammate, get them out of there. But is also trying to play defense. It takes time to do both. Blue's trying to go for control zone, gets control zone for the long goal. With 20 seconds left, parking zones are protected. Red gets for a park, and that's where they're going to stay for the match. Blue is taking this chance to score and even go for a park of their own, although it doesn't seem they're going to be They made it just in time with 1 second left.
Moving over to qualification number 42 on the Red Alliance, we are looking at Team 5202A8A, the SLC Mecha Force, and Team 15183A DTSMA. On the Blue Alliance, we have 70699D Wolverine Robotics, and Team 31102A, the Ninja Turtles. Both alliances look ready enough to go, and we'll get started with auto in 3, 2, 1, auto. Look like red's gonna come forward to the loader, but gets stuck while there is no movement from blue. Good enough, both teams look excited as they will both be getting 5 points from an equal auto bonus. With auto decided, we can start driver in 3, 2, 1, drive. Red Alliance both coming forward to the middle of the field for blocks. Blue Alliance taking the outside line to play defense on red. Blue's going to hit 1 in the lower control zone, while red holds 3 in their intake and tries to get to an open section of the goal. Looks like red will be trying to play some defense on blue to keep them from scoring those 3, while red goes into the upper middle goal for a second control bonus. Blue now has 2 blocks in the long goal, but is not enough to counter red. Blue now has both a blue and red block in their intake. They're going to head to the opposite end of this goal to score that game piece. And they get it in while avoiding scoring the red. Red Alliance still playing defense on them. Both teams pushing each other. Almost entangled, but not quite. It looks like it may be more defense than that. However, I'm going to take a closer look, and it does look like we are stuck on some rubber bands between the red and blue alliance. And if I had to guess, it's probably blue's rubber bands off to the side of red's battery. And the center of the field, the Red Alliance has 3 blue blocks in their intake and 1 red. Trying to score in the lower middle goal with 36, 35, 34 seconds left. Blue trying to figure out what to do with their alliance partner in peril and them unable to easily score. Looks like blue might be missing a chain that I've seen before on that robot, or they may have taken it off. 20 seconds left, and park zones are protected. Red and blue are still entangled and unable to score. Instead, red's just going to go for their park zone and park for a clean 8 points. If blue can park, they will get a bonus. But unfortunately, 7, 6, 5, 4, 3, 2, 1, 0 seconds. They are unable to park.
It's time for qualification match number 43. On the Red Alliance, we have Team 55755A, Zenith Eclipse. Along with them is Team 33705A, 5-star loading. For the Blue Alliance, we have both from FK White, Team 70699B and 70699C, Wolverine Robotics. We can begin Auton in 3, 2, 1. Red's immediately going for those blocks in the corner. Scores what looks like 1 in. They get 1 in. No other blocks seem to be moving, so it looks like it's going to be all for theirs. They go straight for the loader, probably preparing for the actual driver period. It's going to be red win Auton bonus. All right, we can move driver in 3, 2, 1. Red immediately going for the loader, going for the long goal here, trying to make sure they have control zone, and they get it. Red has 3 control zones already. 2 in the middle, 1 for the long goal. Blue is trying to take the control zone from the Tells, and they do, knocking the red block out in the process. They get bottom middle. Blue is trying to play defense against the red here as they're trying to score on the middle. Blue's making sure they don't get any blocks, but the other bot comes in and adds 3 on there. Blue's trying to score some of their own, not without some defense from red. They don't get it in, unfortunately, which leaves the control zone for red. Red's now going for the other loader, going for the second long goal control zone. They've got 3 already, but they want 4. 3's not enough. Blue is trying to make sure that that they won't get any more than they already have by pushing them against the long goal. They almost get the control zone there, but it's just not enough. Blue has 3 blocks ready to score in the bottom middle, trying to get control zone for themselves, regain it, but red is making sure that doesn't happen. They scored those blocks and they want to keep them there. Meanwhile, they're scoring more in the top middle, making sure they have those extra points, adding more to their match load, making sure those long goals are as full as they could be. We've got some defense from red here, and blue trying to get red off of their partner. But blue is unable to score blocks. And red just keeps filling up that long goal, adding more and more points. We've got 3 red control zones, 10 seconds left. Blue shifts it over, makes it a neutral control zone. It's 3-3.
Taking over qualification number 44 on the Red Alliance, we have Team 55608A, the Central Wildcat Robotics, and Team 3184D, the Tourists. On the Blue Alliance, we have Team 55635A, the Clank and Claker Makers, and Team 52028B, the Servo Saints. With all licenses ready to go, we can start auto in 3, 2, 1, autonomous. With 10 seconds left in auto, we're taking a look to see what's happening here. Both red and blue alliance have gone for blocks. Red going straight for the long goal, while blue accidentally shooting it off to the opposite side. Blue's going to get those 2 points and secure themselves an autonomous bonus. Going to red alliance, we're going to start driver in 3, 2, 1, drive. The Red Alliance, instead of going for their mass loader, is actually going to pivot around for some blue blocks. Although taking it out from their intake and going for a red instead, they're going to put that in the low center goal, but it accidentally shoots out the opposite side, and then they lose their mass loader mech off the back of their robot. I don't think it was supposed to do that. Looks like red now cannot match load, so instead they're going to go for the center goal as blue goes for more blue blocks. Currently with 3 on one side of the field and 3 on the other. Blue almost is able to give themselves an advantage, but unfortunately, red holds more control zones. Red actually knocking in another block into a low control zone in their favor. That is going to get them a control bonus while they line up for more scoring. Blue still maintaining those blocks while taking some defense from red. They currently shove 3 more into the long goal in hopes of getting themselves a control zone. Blue now has the significant control zone in the long goal, but is still contested against red's center goals. It looks like the Red Alliance has fallen over, but can they right themselves with their claw? And they can, flipping their robot right back up. With 27 seconds left in the match, the Blue Alliance is still going at the match loader, trying to knock out red's points. Slowly but surely trying to line it up. It looks like the chain has fallen off of a gear and instead gone onto a wheel, but it still is managing to work. They're getting 1 more block into that goal, but unfortunately they miss. Blue looking to play some defense on red to protect their points. Red currently with 42 and blue with 46. This will be a close match. Red's going to try to descore, but unfortunately, it is too late.
For qualification match number 45, we have the Red Alliance Team 33705C, 5-Star Galaxy Gators. Along with them is Team 31102B, Rusty Wrenches. For the Blue Alliance, we have Team 66567A, Molo Robo Warriors. Along with them is Team 70699A, Wolverine Robotics. We can begin autonomous in 3, 2, 1. We have movement from all but one bot. Red's collecting blocks for themselves. Going for top middle, they scored 1 in. They get 2, and they get some in the long goal. Blue is trying to go for themselves, but just doesn't make it there. With 3 seconds left, it looks like Red's going to have the most here. That's going to be Red autonomous win, and we begin driver in 3, 2, 1. Red's already taking control of 1 control zone, and they're going for the loader to get even more blocks to score into the long goal. Although Blue is trying to stop them from doing that, making sure that they don't get their match loads. But Red keeps taking them in. They can hold so many blocks, so may as well do it all at once. Blue now is trying to score in the top middle, getting that control zone for themselves. But meanwhile, Red is trying to score blocks of their own in the long goal. Blue almost tipped over there, but they recovered. Red keeps scoring blocks into the long goal, almost got in control zone. Meanwhile, Blue is taking control of top middle, adding 1 block in, trying to get the second, just barely doesn't make it. Red now is control zone of the long goal, giving them an extra 10 points, and is just filling up the entire long goal for themselves. Blue, on the other hand, is trying to get control zone at the top middle. They canceled out Reds, and it's D-scored 1 right at the end. They get top middle control zone. Red is quick to place their own block and D-score a Blue, giving them back control zone. Blue hits a heavy D-score, just scoring a bunch of blocks in the long goal. Of course, filling up the long goal always comes with the risk of a heavy D-score. You've got to adjust your strategy based off of what the other team has and what they're doing. Red's going for the other side, trying to add more into the long goal, but Blue hits another heavy D-score. Although Red is there to block it, they keep control zone of 2, 3 spots, both middle and 1 long goal. Although one of the Blues seem to be stuck, their mechanism seems to have gotten them stuck. Red goes for a bark, Blue goes for a bark, although neither seems to get it.
Taking a look at qualification number 46 on the Red Alliance, we have Team 48760A Nova X and 8892A the Dreams Redux. And on the Blue Alliance, we have 90235B Bluey and 12188A, the Robo Rogues. Teams are all ready to go and get started with auto. In 3, 2, 1, autonomous. Red Alliance coming around to line up with a goal. Just sending it on the outside into the opposite side of the field. They're going to go for the match loader, but miss. While on the opposite side, Blue has still scored no points. Blue's going to take the autonomous bonus because of something called a rolling block violation. And we can start in 3, 2, 1, drive. Now, once again, that violation involves just hitting blocks to the opposite side of the field and them hitting another robot during the autonomous period. And it is only deemed an actual violation if it looked like it was intentional or for some strategic purpose. However, because it was only an accident, no violations will be given. Only Blue will receive the autonomous bonus. Now back to the match. It looks like the Red Alliance driving around the field looking for a place to score their blocks. Currently wedging themselves against their alliance, but they're going to look for the blocks on that area for something to score. Looks like that's going to be 2 blocks in the long goal for Blue and 1 in the upper middle. With 1 minute left in the match, Red is going to try some match loading to get some more blocks, while Blue spins around in circles under the long goal. Blue's still going to be playing some defense on Red, while on the opposite side, Red loads 3 blocks from the match loader, trying to get 1 more. It looks like the Red Alliance is on the opposite side with a basket full of blocks. They will be loading up and getting ready to score. Sending 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6 blocks into the long goal. That will give Red a control zone. Blue's still trying to play defense, but unfortunately cannot keep up with their scoring. We have 20 seconds left in the match, and park zones are protected. Blue is still getting another block in the center control zone. With a clean sweep, Blue only has 10 points from auto. Red maintain the clear advantage with 5 seconds left. Then Red telling their alliance to park while they score more blocks. That will be the end of the match.
All right, on to qualification match number 47 now. With the Red Alliance, we have Team 15183B, Bulldogs. Along with them is Team 33705B, 5-star Keepy Uppy. For the Blue Alliance, we have Team 52028A, SLC Mecha Force. Along with them is Team 70149A, Steel Panthers.
Blue, you ready? Ready, you ready?
It's time to begin autonomous in 3, 2, 1. We have movement from red and blue. Blue seems to be climbing the wall and taking a turn around the parking zone. Neither bot seems to be accomplishing much. Oh, what? Blue bot has launched out a block. I don't think that's exactly where it's supposed to go, though. With no points scored, it will be an autonomous tie. Weakening and driver in 3, 2, 1. Red bot immediately going for the blocks, trying to corral them into a goal. Blue is doing the same, trying to collect their own blocks, placing them into the middle goals. Red lays down their very heavy, it sounds, intake device. And the blue seems to have their battery flying out at the beginning of a match. Blue does seem to be trying to go for the long goal there, but is having a bit of trouble with their drivetrain. It seems like one side of the track is locked up. Even though blue has their battery falling out, they have scored a block and secured a control zone in the top middle goal. Red is trying to collect their own block, but is having a bit of difficulty doing so, as placing down their intake is seeming to stop their bot. Blue is trying to get control of the bottom middle as well, but is seeing issues from the red bot, pushing them the opposite way. It seems the bots are just pushing each other as blue tries to get to the bottom middle, is trying to outtake, but red is pushing them on top of the goal. Though they do have the battery coming out of their bot, they're still trying to score, and they get it, giving them 2 control zones and 2 blocks scored. Red is trying to de-score the 1 block on the top and gets it out, removing the control zone and the block. With 20 seconds left, we have 1 block scored. Parking may mean a lot here as the teams rush to their parking zones. Blue is trying to get a park off, but the battery is sort of stopping them from doing that. Red seems to be trying to go for their own parking zone, but the drivetrain is stopping right at the end. That's going to be the match.
Looking at qualification number 48, the third to last qualification, we have on the Red Alliance 3184B Big Top Tours and 90235A Atomic. On the Blue Alliance, we have team 3184A, the Torkers, and team 53073 in the Jawas. All teams ready to go. We can start auto in 3, 2, 1, autonomous. So looks like Red Alliance is going to drive to the edge of the field and turn, hopefully lining up, but unfortunately ramming into the back of the goal, missing both their block and their loader. Red Alliance, however, is not doing that much better, having rammed into their park zone. It looks like no blocks will be scored. It's going to make this match an auto tie, so we can start driver in 3, 2, 1, drive. Blue Alliance is going to have to start fresh, and red both going for blocks from the loader. Looks like blue's going to have to exit those blocks from their robot as they both go from loader, while red tries to score and has one in the opposite end of the long goal. Jaws on the far side of the field getting blocks into the control zone. Red pushing hard against Sulfur A. Little sister team fight between these two. It looks like blue's going to have 2 control zones in the long goals. Sulfur A is now getting free reign of the field as their Red Alliance leaves their corner. Red still trying to score blocks into the upper middle goal, aligning that score, and it works, but Jawas scores another block into there, negating Red's control zone. Looks like blue's going to try to snack it into. Blue stopping all the blocks from flying out the other end. With 48 seconds left, Blue's just trying to find blocks to add onto their score. As the opposite side, the Jawas go for a D-score of 3 red blocks, leaving over only 2 red blocks into a goal. Red does get a quick D-score, though, and now they have the upper middle control zone, while Jawas gets another blue block into the bottom. 28 seconds left. Red, Sulfur A, and Sulfur B are fighting. Sulfur A trying to score. Sulfur B trying to play defense, but unfortunately they are too locked onto that goal. Where park zones are protected in the last 20 seconds of the match. Blue is going to try and go for more blocks in the back channel. Red Alliance currently having only a control zone in the upper middle. Can Blue prevent that by backing up? And they can, as Jawas get a bark, and Red attempts, but ultimately fails.
On to qualification match number 49 now. For the Red Alliance, we have Team 70634C, Techno Vipers. Along with them is Team 3184C, Monstors. For the Blue Alliance, we have Team 71909X, Tesla Model X. Along with them is Team 71909Z, Phantom Zephyr. All right, with both alliances ready, we can begin autonomous. In 3, 2, 1. We got movement from all 4 bots. Blue is taking quick action to score 3 blocks and 2 control zones there. If they can score from the loader, they can get autonomous win point here. Right now, it's not enough. Just barely not enough. However, they did get 3 control zones here. We're taking a minute to assess a ruling here. One of the blue blocks seemed to have rolled over and hit one of the bots. There is a rule that would give the bonus to the other team. However, we are assessing the specifications of the rule to make sure that is the case and that it doesn't have to be intentional. All right. So the ruling made was that blue is going to win the autonomous bonus. This is because although the block did hit the red robot, it was stationary when it was hit. So it did not affect the auton at all. Therefore, no violation will be had, and the autonomous bonus will go to blue. With that decided, we are ready for driver. In 3, 2, 1. Blue already with 3 control zones is up ahead. Red trying to score their own, nullifying the bottom middle control zone, and trying to descore the blue, just barely doesn't make it. Red trying to score their own block, but is having a little bit of trouble with their intake. Blue going immediately for the long goal, trying to score as many as they can, securing control zone on both long goals. They currently have 3 control zones with 1 contested, although they did score a red block in the process. Red's trying to score in the top middle, but is facing opposition from the battling bots in the middle of the field. Blue is just loading up their long goal, making sure they fill it completely. They're going for their loaders now, trying to get whatever blocks they can to shove into the long goal, as many points as possible. Although a blue block has been descored from the top middle, removing that control zone. Blue now only has 2 control zones, which is still incredible, especially considering that both long goals are completely filled. Blue regains their control zone, then immediately loses it again. It is a rough battlefield. There is contested territory in the middle. It's unsure who has it at this point. It's very close, although the long goals are very clear who has the control zones there. There is 1 or 2 red blocks on the long goals, but it is pretty much mostly blue. Red trying to score into the top middle to get that control bonus for themselves. Red is going for a park. They almost get it. They're struggling. They're on top of the blocks. Blue tries to score top middle, but doesn't have enough time for it, so they instead decide to go for the park. Red still trying to score for the top middle, but it isn't working.
Let's get ready for our last qualification match of the day. Our teams look set up for qualification number 50. On the Red Alliance, we have teams 69403C through 3Z, the Crusading Clankers, and 65607C, the Circus. On the Blue Alliance, we have team 151838 DTSMA and team 706998 Wolverine Robotics. Teams look ready to go and start auto. 3, 2, 1, autonomous. Red Alliance going forward to grab 2 blocks into their intake. Unfortunately, rolling them past the auto line. The Blue Alliance is going to try the same, but end up crossing, and that will likely give Red an autonomous win point and bonus.
Blue cross the outer line, red gets bonus.
All right, that being the end of the match, we can start driver period. In 3, 2, 1, drive. Looks like Red's going to zoom forward, but almost gets stuck on the center middle goal while their Alliance goes for a long goal, but misses. Blue Alliance zooming across the field, getting ready to line their basket up with the upper middle goal. They're going to be taking those 3 blocks and spinning out their intake, see if they can get a control zone, and they can, making the first blocks of the match for Blue. Red Alliance trying to line up a score against the long goal, but they did take some defense from Blue, messing up their alignment. Looks like Blue's going to defend their singular block and their win by 1 point, apparently. And I'm making sure to check I'm correct, and I am correct. Yes, Blue is currently winning by 1 point with a singular block and a control zone. I'm hearing all kinds of gears grinding. And it now looks like the Blue Alliance may have some issues with their bottom roller. Looks a little lopsided to me. But now we have 48 seconds left in the match, and we still only have, actually no, we have 2 blocks currently. 1 red, 1 in the long goal, just barely hanging off the edge, and 1 blue dead center in the center control zone. 37 seconds left in the match. Both red teams are playing defense against the blue. Blue misses a middle goal, so they re-intake that block to see if they can hit it again. Looks like they're going to miss the block on the low center goal. We have 21 seconds left, and the red alliance is coming through this edge to try and grab a block. Park zones are now also protected. Blue still playing heavy defense on red, despite red having the advantage in this match. 8, 7, 6, 5, 4, 3, 2, 1, and blue ends with a park. Well, it looks like because of our matches finished a little early, we're going to start our line selection and at 3:10 instead of 3:15.
Save money with Snapshot ProView.
Welcome to the VEX Robotics Competition Alliance Selection. Here, you'll learn the process in which an alliance consisting of 2 VEX Robotics competition teams is formed. The results from qualification matches are used to determine the rankings of teams for the alliance selection process. Alliances of 2 teams are formed during alliance selection and will compete against each other in an elimination bracket to identify the alliance that will be named tournament champions. The rankings are determined using a combination of win points, which are accumulated as you win qualification matches, autonomous points, which are accumulated by winning the autonomous bonus at the beginning of each match, and strength of schedule points, or the sum of the losing alliance score in each qualification match played. Teams are rank sorted first by win points. Any ties and win points will be broken with autonomous points. Strength of schedule points is the third tiebreaker if needed. For all of these criteria, a higher number equates to a higher ranking. Once qualification matches are complete, teams are asked to send 1 student representative to the playing field area for the alliance selection draft. The highest ranked team becomes the first alliance captain, and the team representative will be asked for their selection. Alliance captains can invite any team at the event that was not already selected to join an alliance. The invited team's representative is given the opportunity to accept the invitation or decline in favor of creating their own alliance. If the invited team accepts, that alliance is completed, and neither team is available to be selected for the remainder of the selection process. After a team is picked, all teams behind them in the rankings will move up 1 place. If the invited team declines the invitation, they're reserving the right to be an alliance captain and form their own alliance. They cannot be selected by any other alliance captain, but may select other teams to form an alliance if they're in a position to be an alliance captain later in the draft. Alliance captains continue to select their alliance partners in numerical ranking order until all alliances are formed for the elimination matches. Let's take a look at how this works in an example draft. In this hypothetical, the top-ranked team invites the 5th-ranked team to join their alliance. The 5th-ranked team declines, opting to form their own alliance. The top-ranked team now makes a new selection and invites the 2nd-ranked team. The 2nd-ranked team accepts and completes the alliance. The next selection will be made by the 3rd-ranked team because they are the next highest-ranked team who is not already in an alliance. They may not select the 1st or 2nd-ranked teams because they are already in an alliance. They also may not select the 5th-ranked team because they have already been invited to an alliance and they declined. In this example, the 5th-ranked team is still able to be an alliance captain and invite a partner when their turn comes around. This process will repeat until the proper number of alliances are formed. As always, be sure to review the tournament section of the game manual for official rules and details. Good luck to all teams in your elimination matches.
All right, it is time for alliance selection. All right. Number 1.
Okay, tell them where they gotta go.
Okay. So I'm gonna go down the line. I'm gonna show you the iPad, and then you're going to pick which team you want to go. The team will come up, say if they confirm or deny, and then if they accept, you're gonna go around that way. Meet with Bailey to confirm.
At the PM desk, make sure you show her your number to make sure that we got the right alliances picked for you, okay?
And then what do they do?
And then you're gonna go out that way.
No, you go to field number 1, right there where Mr. Michael Hardy is standing. We're going to do a driver's meeting, talk about some rules before we start the finals, okay? All right, take it away.
All right. Team number 1, number 3184A. Who would you like to alliance with? Team number 71909X. Do you accept? They accept. All right, number 2. Team number 71909Z. Who would you like to alliance with? Team number 53073N. The Jawas. They accept. All right. Team number 48760A. Who would you like to alliance with? Team number 33705A. Do you accept? Oh. They declined. All right. Who would you like to pick now? Team number 8892A. Do you accept?
We accept.
They accept. Team number 33705C. Who would you like to alliance with? Team number 31102B. Come over here. Do you accept?
Yes.
They accept. All right. Team number 3184B. Who would you like to alliance with? Team number 55608A. Please come over here. Do you accept? They respectfully decline. All right, who would you like to alliance with now?
Maybe I could do it faster this time.
Team number 55635A. Do you accept?
Accept.
They accept. Team number 66567A. Who would you like to alliance with? Team number 90235B. Do you accept? They accepted. Team number 52028A. Who would you like to alliance with? Team number 70699A. Come on down. Do you accept? They accept. Team number 33705A. Who would you like to alliance with? Team number 55755A. He accepts. Team number 70699D. Who would you like to alliance with? Team number 70699C. Do you accept? He accepts. Team number 55608A. Who would you like to alliance with? Team number 52028B. Do you accept? They accept. Team number 33705B. Who would you like to alliance with? Team number 31102A. Do you accept? They accept. Team number 15183A. Who would you like to alliance with? Team number 70699B. Do you accept? They accept. Team number 70149A. Who would you like to alliance with? Team number 3184D. Do you accept? They accept. Coming down to the final 5 alliances. Team number 90235A. Who would you like to alliance with? Team number 69403Z. They accept. Team number 15183B. Who would you like to alliance with? Team number 70634C. Do you accept? They accept. Team number 65607C. Out of all of your choices over here, I wonder who Who might you like to alliance with?
12188A. Click it. There we go.
And number 12188A, do you accept?
This is such a hard decision.
It's very difficult.
I have so many options.
It's so many options.
I'll have to.
I got it. They accept. Beautiful, beautiful to see. That concludes alliance selection. After this, the finals.
Hello, hello. Hey, parents. I would like to say thank you for being here. I'm seeing a lot of same faces that I see all the time. I'm the Barbe coach, and I just want you to know that this is a big thing, okay? What we've seen today is a big thing. What you're seeing right now is probably a problem, but this is the only tournament you'll see where the kids have been in control of everything. They've run the show, and they've run the show very well, I think. They're doing this on purpose, but let me tell you something. We have been on time. They have scored. They have judged. My alumni, the kids that have graduated, are back there doing the judging, and along with the Air Force. They'll be here to give out awards. But I want you to know that your kids will go a long way with this program for VEX, okay? The kids you saw that were announcing with this mic, don't talk in class. You got that? You might have that kid too. You know what I'm saying? These kids right here, they don't go to the football games, but they spend every minute in the robotics shop. Every minute in the robotics shop. And they're very happy to be here, if you can't tell. Thank you. Thank you. Support your teams. They love seeing you here. Got it? Peace. Check, check. Okay. We might need to send somebody to go get this kid. The kid and the coach. Testing 1, 2. Calm down. Thank you. Before we get this shindig started, I want to give out a few awards before everybody starts running around, but I got to hunt them down before I can give them out for Santa hats. I'm looking for a kiddo that she's, let's see, what's her name? Lorelei Thomas from Ninja Turtles. That is team 31102A. Can somebody go get her for me? Is there anyone in here that can go get Lorelei Thomas? Please, you guys got to see this. Also, I need Sandra Hayes. Where is Sandra Hayes? Somebody go get Sandra Hayes for me. Come in the front here. So we have a big tradition with our team. Who has the most innovative Santa hat? We've done this. This is our 4th competition that we've done this. And as you can tell, my team kind of goes a little crazy with it. Now I've got other teams going crazy with it too. So we like to give out these innovative awards for being innovative. Is there any rules to it? Not really, except it has to be something that's just different. So when you see this, I think you'll all agree it's different, all right. Sandra Hayes, can you come to the front, please? Right here. Let's see if you guys can tell that our favorite coach here wins the Santa hat for sure. She gets that bag right there. She's going to want that bag right there. Everybody say congratulations, Miss Hayes. I mean, do you agree? That's a little different. Congratulations, Miss Hayes. Hang on, because I want to get a picture with all of you. There's also a competition between my own team, so they're all back here kind of listening in as well, waiting for the decision that has been made. I wonder who it'll be. But I'm still waiting for Miss Thomas from the Ninja Turtles to show up. She's coming? Here comes Thomas, right up here. See if you guys can tell. Come on up here. All right, Layla, I just want to say that she's VEX approved. That is VEX approved. Congratulations. Here is your gift. You won that award. Now, I want to get a picture with all of you. So of my team, are you ready? Who's it going to be? Henry Corville, get up here. They take this real serious. All right, now it's been through heck. But there is a little tiny robot up here, and it was handmade by him. And you can probably tell why he got that. So congratulations to the 3 of you. I want a picture. This was the best. This was the best. Y'all smile. It's great. Thank you very much for participating. Good job. I think it's almost time for us to compete. What do you think? I'm ready.
Let's take a look at our first elimination matches, our round of 16, match number 1. take a look at our Red Alliance. We have Team 3184A, the Torkers, and Team 71909X, Tesla Model X. On the Blue Alliance, we have Team 650607C, the Circuit Circus, and Team 121888A, the Robo Rogues. All teams are on and connected to the field so we can get this match started. 3, 2, 1, autonomous. We got movement from both Red Alliance. Red very close to crossing that line, and they do, causing them to drop all their blocks on the opposite side of the field and hit one of the opponent's robots. So that's going to give Red the autonomous bonus. Blue the autonomous bonus, though Red does have an advantage in blocks. In that case, we can get started with the match in 3, 2, 1, drive! Both Red Alliance teams going straight for the match loader to load up their intakes. The Blue Alliance, one of them spinning in circles around the field. I'm not sure what they're trying to do, but it looks like they're going to see what blocks they can intake. Blue Alliance tried to score a block into the long goal, but actually scored it on top of the long goal instead. Despite their loss and auto, the Red Alliance is making a huge comeback with nearly 2 full long goals of red blocks and 2 control zones with that. Red just making their way across, playing a little bit of defense on Blue, just pushing them around, just letting them know who's in charge of this match. Both members of the Red Alliance collecting what few blocks are left on the field, and it looks like they're going to get a light D-score from the Blue Alliance. They're only knocking about with 2 blocks. Red's going to go for the first control zone on top of the center middle goal. And there it is with 3 blocks. It looks like their Alliance currently scavenging for blocks around the field. Our Alliance, so far, is not too sure what to do next. On the Blue Alliance on the opposite side was trying to play some defense on Tesla. Look, both teams have almost little entanglement with their D-score hooks. Now they're kind of just playing around on the field at this point. Both attempting to see. It looks like the most struggle they're having this match is getting that low goal. Just only having 1 block despite both robots at each end. Currently, Blue is able to get 1 block. Wilsover is going to see if they can de-score that with their hook, but instead tried to give it up and go for a red block instead. Instead of pulling the end of the blue block, they're just going to push it out from the other end. And that will be the end of our first elimination match.
On to eliminations match number 2. For the Red Alliance, we have Team 33705A, 5-star loading. Joined with them is Team 55755A, Zenith Eclipse. For the Blue Alliance, we've got 2 Wolverine Robotics teams, 70699D and 70699C. All right, both alliances are ready, so we're going to begin autonomous. In 3, 2, 1. We have movement from one red and one blue team. The blue bot is trying to go for the long goal, but seems to get stuck. Red tried to get the bottom middle, but did not score any blocks. There seems to be no blocks scored for this autonomous period. There seem to be some disputes over a violation during Auton. This may sway which team gets the bonus. It will be an autonomous tie. Onto the driver period. In 3, 2, 1. All bots moving now. Red going immediately for the loader, trying to get as many blocks as possible. Going to the long goal now, scoring 1, 2. Trying for a third. They get 3. Blue is making sure they get the bottom control zone for the middle. And Red's also trying to get the top control zone, but isn't able to score any blocks. Red's playing defense to make sure that the bottom control zone doesn't get had by Blue. Blue has scored 3 blocks on their long goal. It seems to be in favor of Blue now, with the bottom middle being controlled by Blue, giving them an extra 6 points, along with the 2 they've already scored. Red going now to try to get to the long goal. Blue is vying for control zone. There seems to have been a chain falling off on one of the bots. One of the intakes may not be working. One blue bot seems to be stuck. One of their sides of the drivetrain seems to have stopped working. Red scoring more and trying to go for control zone on their long goals here. However, the middle still is open, with the bottom being controlled by Blue. That could sway how this match may go. Blue seems to have gotten unstuck and is now free back into the game. Red's trying to get top middle, but they just barely don't make it. It launches it a bit too far. Very close to being tipping. Blue seems to be stuck in this corner here. They don't seem to be doing much. They've been freed out of the corner here with the last 20 seconds. It could be close, depending on who gets this control zone here. It's very important. These are an extra 10 points. And the red team tries to go for a park. Blue as well. Red's trying to get their park off with 5 seconds left. They may not make it. They seem to be trying to use their double park mechanism, but it's not looking the bot enough.
Let's get into round 16, match 3 of 1. As we flip the qualification, looks like our field is just about ready to go. Let's talk about our Red Alliance. We have Team 33705C, the 5-star Galaxy Gators, and Team 31102B, the Rusty Wrenches. On the blue lines, we're looking at Team 70149A, the Steel Panthers, and Team 3184D, the Tourists. With all teams ready to go, we can get auto started in 3, 2, 1. Auto. Both red teams inching forwards, one moving towards the center middle goal, and they get 2 blocks in there. Almost taking it back into their robot, but nonetheless giving them the advantage in auto. That's a red autonomous bonus worth 10 points, so we can get started with the match in 3, 2, 1, drive. Looks like the Red Alliance is going to go for the same blocks. A little bit of lack of coordination there. But the other one is going to go for the match starter to get 3 blocks in their intake. And taking blue for some reason. Hopefully they plan on scoring that out, not putting it in their own long goal. Looks like the Blue Alliance is sending in their blue blocks of their own in the top middle control zone, taking that bonus away from red and hitting a D score. Now red's bot is completely full and ready to score. While 3184D might be trying to play some defense against them, their robot may genuinely just not have enough mass to move it. Slowly but surely, the Red Alliance is scoring blocks in those long goals, shaking them out through their intake to make sure they don't get jammed with 1 minute left. However, they need to make sure they can get those blocks out faster than blue can keep scoring them in the middle goal, because blue has just gotten themselves another control zone. Now red has 1 full control zone and a long goal. And blue's coming around trying to get more blocks. Red trying to take back control of the middle control zone. Almost getting it by outtaking, and they have it. Giving red 1, 2, 3 control zones. 1 in the long goal, 1 in the top goal, and 1 in the low goal. It looks like red's going to finish off that last long goal and then move to the other side of the field. Now just lining up just below me. They're taking in blue, getting it out of their intake. 20 seconds left. It means park zones are protected, and red is still scoring. Getting those blocks out, it might be the last of the blocks in their intake. And now they're going to try and go park. While almost getting stuck on the park zone, they're going to reorient themselves intake first. Hopefully in attempts to intake those blocks to keep them out. And it looks like while blue's in the middle of parking, there may have been some kind of issue with the infamous SG-11.
All right, on to eliminations match number 4. For the Red Alliance, we have team 3184B, Big Top Tours, aligned with team 55635A, Clankin' Clanker Makers. For the Blue Alliance, we have team 15183A, DTSMA, aligned with team 70699B, Wolverine Robotics. With both alliances ready, we can start autonomous. In 3, 2, 1. We have one red bot moving. It seems all is focused on this one bot. They seem to have been trying to go for the bottom middle, but just barely didn't make it. Only a few seconds left, and it doesn't seem that it's going to score anything. It's going to be an autonomous tie. And we move on to driver. In 3, 2, 1. Red bot immediately going for their loader, hoping to get some match loads in. But blue is trying to stop them, push them off the loader. Blue is trying to score in the bottom middle, trying to get that control bonus. They score 1 into the long goal. First block scored this match. Blue is trying to keep them away from that side of the long goal so they can't score anything. Meanwhile, blue is trying to score 1 in the bottom middle, but just barely isn't able to make it. Red's trying to go for top middle goal and control zone, hoping they can get those extra points to keep them ahead. So far, only 1 block is scored, and the Red Alliance seems to be in the lead for now. No points are being scored at the moment. 2 blocks have been added to the Red Alliance's long goal. Still no control zones yet. With 50 seconds left. The bots are trying to score on the long goals, but some heavy defense from blue is keeping them from doing that. Blue is also trying to keep as many of the red blocks as possible to prevent them from being scored. Red has scored a block of their own in the top middle goal. And that gives them the control zone. Red is taking more blocks from their long goal, from the loader, trying to go into the long goal. Blue is still trying to score 1 block, and they almost had it. It's in there. We got blue now has control of the bottom middle, giving them a few extra points. It seems things would be in the favor of red here, but a park could fix it.
Let's get ready for our round of 16, match number 5. And let's get to our Red Alliance number 71909Z, Phantom Zephyr, And Team 53073 in the Jawas. On the Blue Alliance, we have Team 15183B Bulldogs. And Team 70634C, the Techno Vipers. And though all our teams are ready to go and set up, we're still waiting on Hunter to get over here. Every single match, man. All our teams are ready to go and get started with 3, 2, 1, auto. We have movement from all 4 teams as the Jawas get into their match loader. And 71909C goes for their match loader as well. On the opposite side, blue lines up to get a middle goal, but just shoots it past. While Phantom Zephyr gets 1 block in the long goal, and Jawas gets 3. And that's going to be a red auto bonus to get started. In 3, 2, 1, drive. Now it looks like the Red Alliance is going to back up from their middle goal and go try to get a push into the long goal control zone. On the opposite side, Red is going to be going for their loader to clear it out, and Blue is getting more blocks in their intake from the edge of the field. 7199Z loading up their basket and lining up on the goal, getting ready for a huge score. Now they're up nearly a full long goal, and Blue Alliance is still struggling to keep up with their singular control zone in the middle of the field. Well, it looks like Jawas is looking to end that by adding 5 more blocks into the upper middle goal, solidifying that control zone until Blue can hit a huge D-score. Looks like 71909Z is trying to get to the low middle goal. Jawa is trying to hit me in the leg with their D-score arm, and they're coming under the goal with trying to get their blocks to hit the opposite side. It looks like it's going to be a clean, wet, red sweep so far with all 4 control zones. Blue trying their best to fill up their intake with blocks, but unfortunately, Jawas just will not stop filling up that long goal. It looks like 15183B is trying to load blocks into the long goal and use their teammate to knock a block into their intake, but oh shoot, they didn't put the ramp. Getting the block up at the intake, but unfortunately, it will not go up. We have 20 seconds left, and park zones are now protected. Red is calling for a double park. Blue looks like they're just going to park on their own. Jawa's trying to line up into the park zone and climbing over. Still not off the ground with 6 seconds left. Looks like Phantom Zephyr is off the ground, but Jawa just cannot get into the park zone enough, and that will be the end of the match.
On to eliminations round of 16, match 5. For the Red Alliance, we have Team 71909Z, Phantom Zephyr. Along with him is Team 53073N, the Jawas. Oh. Okay, correction. That was actually the match before. Okay, for real. The Red Alliance is Team 52028A SLC Mecha Force. Along with them is Team 70699A Wolverine Robotics. For the Blue Alliance, we have Team 55608A Central Wildcat Robotics. Along with them is Team 52028B Servo Saints. With both alliances ready, we can begin autonomous. In 3, 2, 1. We've got 3 bots moving, 2 blue, 1 red. Red going for the blocks, seems to miss some of them, but picks up a few. Going for the long goal now. Blue going for the long goal. Seems to not be able to get it. Red can't get it either. Blue gets 1 right at the end, giving blue the autonomous bonus. Now we can go into driver. In 3, 2, 1. Red immediately picking up blocks in the corner. Blue scoring 3 into their long goal. Red taking control of top middle, giving them control zone. Red has 2 in the top middle. Blue is trying to go into their loader to get their match loads. Red is scoring into the long goal, adding 2, maybe a third. Blue is trying to take over top middle goal, but Red is adding a 3rd block to make sure that they keep that bonus. Red now takes the long goal bonus on the other side using their D-score mech. Red tries to D-score the 1 blue block from the long goal and is successful in doing so. Blue team tries to add more blocks to the long goal, but the red team is playing some heavy defense, keeping them away from it. They got control zone and want to keep it. Blue is adding some blocks into the closer long goal, trying to get a bonus of their own. But red is keeping heavy defense to make sure that they can't get that control bonus. It seems that neither bot's able to score here, as the red seems to be in the lead at this point, because all they have to do is defend the control zones. With 20 seconds left, it's all focused on control zones. Red seems to be in the lead, but D-score is possible and anything can happen. Red seems to go for the park, but is unable to as they're stuck. Blue goes for the park, and it seems successful. Red tries to score some blocks in. Blue actually gets them in, but not enough to control zone.
Let's get lined up for round of 16, match number 7. Take a look at the Red Alliance. We have Team 48768 Nova X and 8892A, the VidDreams Redux. On the Blue Alliance, we're seeing Team 90235A Atomic and Team 69403C, 33Z, the Crusading Clankers. I don't think I've said that letter right this entire comp. Close win. It looks like it's going to be the Blue Alliance for that last match. Looks like all our teams are ready to go to get started for our autonomous in 3, 2, 1, auto. Red Alliance coming forward for a clean block pickup, lining up to the long goal, setting those blocks almost into the control zone. Now they're going to be heading back to the match loader, but unfortunately do not get any blocks, but still leave red with the advantage. That's going to be a red win for Auto to move into the driver control. In 3, 2, 1, drive. Look at red speeding to the opposite side of the field, trying to grab a block, but unfortunately missing. Instead, they're going to come back to the loader and reset by knocking all the blue blocks out of the way. They're going to grab the block just up against there and go to the blocks against the wall. On the opposite side of the field, blue has managed to get one block in the upper control zone and another in the long goal. Red now has one control zone. Blue has none, but red has more blocks. Now it looks like Red Alliance VidDreams are trying to line up their blocks, but seem to have an issue with jamming, so they're just going to reverse it and reset. Almost getting another 3 blocks into the long goal. And that's going to put them out of control zone. And the Blue Alliance is trying to line up on the opposite side of the field with their own long goal, seeing if they can maintain points of their own. Looks like Blue Alliance as well is going for the middle goal once again, stacking points on top of themselves with 50 seconds left in the match. Red Alliance is going back for that match loader and for more blocks. Blue Alliance still trying to line up on the opposite side, and they cannot quite seem to line up that robot. Red almost trying to get the middle goal from Blue, but unfortunately they miss, leaving Blue with the control zone. Red is still going for that match loader and seems to have issue, and they got it. As it pulls back into their intake, Blue comes the opposite side, 4 blocks. A heavy collision between red and blue by the red park zone. 20 seconds left in the match means that park zones are protected. And red is going to go for more blocks on the opposite long goal. While blue does have 2 control zones, so does red. Red has the auto bonus. Red has 3 win conditions, blue has 2. With the last 5 seconds, blue gets a park. Can they score more blocks and return these control zones? And that will be the end of the match.
On to match 8 of the eliminations. For the Red Alliance, we have team 66567A, Molo Robo Warriors. Along with them is team 90235B, Bluey. For the Blue Alliance, we have team 33705B, 5-star Keepy Uppy. Along with them is team 31102A, Ninja Turtles. All right, with both teams are ready, we can start Auton. In 3, 2, 1. We have some movement from the red bot climbing onto their block. Doesn't seem to be doing much. The claw bot is getting very close to the middle, almost there. It makes it in. That's a block for red, which may give them the autonomous bonus. It gives the autonomous bonus to red. Now we can start driver. In 3, 2, 1. Red already with a good start with both control bonus and auton bonus. They're going for a second one, and they get one in, but they knock the other one out, still keeping it at 1. Blue and red are fighting on the other end, making sure the other can't score a point. Blue, however, is trying to go for the long goal. They're just barely not getting it in. They're trying to kick it in, but red is going in for defense, trying to make sure they don't get it in. Red has scored 2 blocks into the top middle, but blue gets one right on top of the long goal. There's still a lot of opportunity for control zones here. Red controls the top middle, but the bottom is still open, and both of the long goals. Red is playing heavy defense to make sure that the blue cannot score any more on the long goals, pushing them around the field. Red is meticulously picking up each block, getting ready to place it on either the long goal or the middle. Blue is trying to go bottom middle to hopefully gain that control bonus, which would mean a lot of points. Red does get a 3rd block onto the top middle, giving them more points and putting them further ahead. Blue keeps trying to go in the bottom middle, but Red's constant defense is preventing them from doing that. 20 seconds left is approaching. Red picks up their block, tries to put it in again, but is unable to. It may rely on parking at this point as the bots try to go to their parking zones. Red gets one in, and that'll be enough for the park. Blue tries to get in, but just isn't able to right at the end of the match.
Let's get ready for our first quarterfinals match of the day. And we're back with our Red Alliance with 31848 the Torkers and 71909X Tesla Model X. And back to the Blue Alliance with 337058 5-star loading and team 55755A Zenith Eclipse. All our teams are ready to go, so we can get started. In 3, 2. Hold on. Let's try that again. Looks like we're going to have to do a quick reset. One of the teams' preload was not touching their robot whenever they started. All right, are we actually ready to go this time? Yes? Okay, let's get auto. 3, 2, 1, auto. Back with the Red Alliance, grabbing blocks, all 3 from the middle, and then 2 by the goal. Red Alliance is going to be hitting 1 in the long goal, already having a control zone. And looks like they're just barely going to miss, having it roll to the opposite side of the field. And that's going to give the Red the autonomous bonus. Okay, so we can get started with the driver in 3, 2, 1, drive. Both the Red Alliance members going straight to their match loaders. On the opposite side, the Blue already have blocks in their intake and are getting ready to put them in a goal. 5-star loading drops 3 blocks into the low center goal, giving them that control bonus. While Tesla X and Sulfur load up their robots. 5-star lines up with the goal to put another one in, nearly sending it to the control zone, but it bounces off the blocks already in there. Sulfur A goes to see if they can try to use their hook to play defense on the control zone, but actually they're going to be playing a little bit of defense on the Blue Alliance. Tesla X almost gets caught on the goal, but managed to get off after taking defense from 33705A, who is defending points that do not exist on the field. Blue is now getting control zone, but it looks like a team has lost a battery, and that looks like it's going to be 55755A that does not have it. Now it's left to be a 1v2 between 5-star loading and Tesla X and Sulfur A. It's still looking like 5-stars going to their match loader, making a valiant effort to push blocks into the long goal, while Tesla pushes back against them with their own set of blocks. camping near their goal entrance. It looks like they're now trying to keep them from ramming against the goal, but unfortunately have nothing to ram against because they do not have any blocks close enough to their side. Sofer still securing that long goal, making sure they have full points and the control zone completely covered. With the last 20 seconds of the match, parking zones are protected. Before start loading, trying to play against Tesla, but unfortunately those blocks get shut out, and the only thing they can do is try to park at the end of the match. Looks like they're trying to get a double park between Sofer and Tesla, but it is successful. Maybe.
Round of 16 is over. Moving on now to the quarterfinals. For the Red Alliance, we have Team 33705C, 5-star Galaxy Gators. Along with them is Team 31102B, Rusty Wrenches. For the Blue Alliance, we have Team 3184B, Big Top Tours. Along with them is Team 55635A, Clankin' Clanker Makers. I nail it every time. I'm good. All right, with both teams ready, we can begin autonomous. In 3, 2, 1. We've got all but one bot moving, 2 red bots. They pick 1 block up. That's a score for the red. At the top, blue tries to score 2, but just doesn't make it. One of them lands on top. That's 2 red scores, and none for blue, unfortunately. Looks like that'll be Auton bonus for red. Now we can start driver. In 3, 2, 1. Red immediately goes for their loader, trying to get some match loads in. So does blue on the other side, making sure they can get to the long goal before red does. But red does have the advantage of being able to hold as many blocks as they want. Blue quickly goes in and scores 3 blocks, trying to go in for a 4th. It's just barely not enough for control zone though, so they're going to have to pick up another one. Blue is on defense now, making sure red can't score those blocks, but red can breeze past them and get it to the other long goal. Blue stops it right at the end. They aren't able to score anything. Red does get control of both top and bottom middle goals. Blue is match loading now, trying to get to that long goal, making sure they get control zone. Blue's trying to play defense, but red is still trying to score, making sure that they can get that control zone. It's a battle for the middle. Right now, blue has 4 scored, but red has none. There seems to be a block in the way for blue to score, although they get 1 in. Just barely not enough for control zone, however. Red still does maintain control of both middle goals as they continue to add more onto there. Blue does get control zone, however, and red tries to block them off with the last 20 seconds left. Blue keeps adding more to the long goal, trying to get to the control zone. They get the control zone for the long goal. That's 1 control zone for blue and 2 for red. Blue's trying to park. So is red. Red is trying to get on top of there. They almost had it. We're out of time.
All right, let's get ready for quarterfinals number 3, match number 1. And let's take a look at our red alliance. We have team 71909Z, Phantom Zephyr, and team 53073 in the Jawas. On the blue alliance, we have team 556088, Central Wildcat Robotics, and team 52028B, the Servo Saints. Looks like we're ready to start auto. In 3, 2, 1, autonomous. Both the Jawas and Zephyr moving forward into the match loaders. On the other side, the Servo Saints and Central Wildcat are aiming for their own long goals. Central Wildcat loading 3 blocks to the goal. Servo Saints loading 2. And it looks like the auto is going to go to red. You can start driver now. 3, 2, 1, drive. Both Jawas are moving blocks from their intake. Central Wildcat moving away to get more blocks. Servo Saints in the match loader, filling up their intake. As does Zephyr on their side of the field, trying to get that basket filled and ready to score. Looks like Jawas are going to use their D-score to push blocks into the control zone and then remove the blue blocks from the rest of the goal. Now it's going to look like on the opposite side, the Red Alliance is receiving some defense from Blue, who is trying to keep them from scoring. Red Alliance currently has 2 control zones. Blue has 0 and 3 blocks. Red lining up to score, slowly but surely, getting ready to activate that basket. But Blue's not going to let them do that and reset their alignment. Now it looks like Red almost gets the Blue, messes up and gets the Blue action to the goal, but they manage to get out of the way and end up with a full control zone. Looks like Jawa was trying to secure that control zone with whatever points they can get. But Red Alliance trying to get, looks like they try to push their blocks to the control zone, but push it too far, resulting in them de-scoring a large portion of their blocks as they overshoot the low middle goal. Red Alliance still trying to get points from the loaders, with defense being played from Blue. Now it looks like they are still going to try to get the middle goals for extra control bonuses. Blue Alliance trying to keep that D-score. We have 20 seconds left in the match, meaning park zones are protected as the Jawas get the top middle and Zephyr moves away from the low middle. Looks like Blue has a total of 0 blocks scored, and they're going to see what they can do in the last 5 seconds. 3, 2, 1, 0.
Going to the final quarterfinals match before we move on to semis. For the Red Alliance, we have team 48760A, Nova X. Along with them is team 8892A, Vidreams Redux. For the Blue Alliance, we have team 66567A, Molo Robo Warriors. Along with them is team 90235B, Bluey. With both teams ready, we can start the match. In 3, 2, 1. All robots need to be moving here, with Red immediately going for the long goal. They get 1, 2, 3, 4 in. Blue's trying to go for the top middle, and they just barely don't make it. Red seems to be the only one scored here.
Red takes bonus.
Red wins Auton. Now we can start driver. In 3, 2, 1. Red immediately goes for their loader, trying to get those blocks out of there so that they can start match loading. Blue is trying to get the bottom middle. Red gets control zone of the long goal here. Blue's coming over to play defense, keeping them out of there. Blue's trying to get top middle, but red spinning them around so they're facing the opposite direction. A very interesting strategy. Blue seems to be stuck on the long goal here, but it is exactly what they want because they're keeping red away. But red decided, we'll just move to the other one, and decided to fill up the long goal on the other side. Blue seems to be playing some heavy defense here, keeping red away from the long goal. But it looks like the wheels aren't on completely straight. Nevertheless, they continue to fight against the red, making sure they can't control anything. Red scores 2 blocks. Blue flips over. That means they are pretty much out of the match unless their teammates can somehow help them up. Luckily, blue is a clawbot, so they're going to try to flip them over, although I don't know if they have enough torque to lift the bot. Red, in the meantime, is going to take control zone of the loader. Blue keeps trying to defend them, but there isn't much they can do. Blue going for another attempt at the flip, but it's just not enough. They can't get a good angle. Red's taking this time to take control zone of all 4 of them, middle and long goals. It's going to be a lot of points for red here, and it doesn't look like blue is going to score much. Blue's trying to go for park, but they're having a little trouble giving over the park zone. Red just seems to not be going for park.
All right, let's take a look at our semifinals match number 1. On the Red Alliance, we have 31848, the Torkers, and 71909X, Tesla Model X. On the Blue Alliance, we're looking at 3184B, the Big Top Tours, and Team 55635A, the Clankin' Clanker Makers.
Don't show them the score.
After confirmation from our refs, we can get started with auto. 3, 2, 1, autonomous. Both Red Alliances moving forward and only one blue. Both Red Alliances going for every single block they can get. With on the close side sending 2 blocks almost to the control zone. On the opposite side doing the same, blue still not managing to get the logo control zone. And that will likely be a red victory for auto. That's going to be a red win for autonomous. We can get started in driver. 3, 2, 1, drive. It looks like the Red Alliance is going to be both pushing blocks into the goal line, going from their loaders without trying to let the Blues in their own goal. Blue Alliance is doing the same, getting blue blocks on the opposite side of the field, but into the long goal. So for Ace, it's a large shipment of blocks right down the center, pushing it back into team 55635A. Red almost got a short penny count, but is able to come back. and head to the opposite side of the field to grab more blocks. 1 minute and 13 seconds left in the match, and red is already trying to get blocks from the blues park zone. Now it looks like Tesla X is going to be going to see what blocks they can get. We're also facing backwards, accidentally almost getting a blue block into the goal, but backing out just in time. And with a full goal, they're going to be headed to fill up the last one to its max capacity. Now it looks like red is going to be start going for the middle goals, as does blue to try and recover. Now it looks like red is just going to try to play defense for the rest of the match. Blue manages to get a block in the long goal. With 35 seconds left in the match, red is just flying around the field, putting blocks wherever they can and scavenging whatever they can find. As of right now, I can count about a total of 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10, 11, 12 blocks that are only red. With 20 seconds left in the match, meaning park zones are protected, and the red teams may be trying to double park. Looks like blue's going to clear that park zone to make it easy for their alliance. And it looks like they are halfway in the park zone. Blue's going to get a park up, and we are going to see if it counts as a double.
The score for the semifinals match is in. The Red Alliance wins with a 164-20. Team 3184A and 71909X are moving on to the finals. On to the second to last match of the eliminations. It's semifinals 2. For our Red Alliance, we have team 71909Z, Phantom Zephyr. With them is team 53073N, the Jawas. For our Blue Alliance, we have team 48760A, Nova X. With them is team 8892A, Vidreams Redux. With both teams ready, we can begin our second to last match. In 3, 2, 1. All bots moving for autonomous. We have red going for the loader, scoring 1 in the bottom middle, giving them control, and 2 into the long goal, but not enough to get control. They're going back for a second, getting a third one in. Red 2 is getting it in, but it's not enough to get into the control zone. Red wins the autonomous bonus, And with that, we can begin driver in 3, 2, 1. Red begins match loading, getting ready to get those blocks into the long goal. Blue is taking blocks from their loader as well, planning to put them into the top middle goal, it seems. Nope. Red with heavy defense, making sure they don't get anywhere near that long goal. Blue doing the same for the other red bot. They've got a full loader. Blue scores a bunch of blocks, giving them control zone on the long goal on the other side. Red also has control of this long goal. Red currently has 2 control zones, and blue has 1. Blue is making sure to play heavy defense on the red here, making sure they don't get any more blocks into the long goal. Red seems to be getting ready for a D score, making sure they get control zone over that long goal. They're wrapping back around to stop blue from scoring any more, making sure they stay in control. Blue's decided to move on to the other long goal, but red is blocking them in, making sure they can't score anything else. Blue is trying to reposition themselves to get some scores in. Meanwhile, red is trying to go for a D score, but blue is also trying to stop them. In their efforts, they nullified that control zone, so now it belongs to neither red nor blue. With 20 seconds left, it's going to be a close match here. With control zones taken over, red clears a bunch of blocks into their long goal, scoring a bunch of points. Red seems to go for the park. Blue seems to be stuck in the corner, unable to move. With 4 seconds left, they're trying to go for a double park. They've almost had it.
And it looks like our scores are in for this semifinal number 2. And with a score of 87-12, the Red Alliance will be moving on to finals.
special request.
it's time for the finals match. Now, these are some great teams here, but my personal thought, I think the Red Alliance is going to win. I think 3184A Torkers and 71909X Tesla Model X, they're going to win the finals.
With the 1-8, I'm looking for an upset from the second line seed, and I think it's going to go to the Blue Alliance. Team 71909Z Phantom Zephyr and Team 53073 in the Jawas. And with this debate on, we can get started with this match in auto. 3, 2, 1, autonomous. I'm looking at moving from all four bots on the Blue Alliance. On the far side and both side going for their loaders. And getting ready to score on the long goal.
Red scores 4 blocks in both goals and gets control bonus on both sides. That gives us a red Auton bonus. Moving on to driver. In 3, 2, 1. Red already starting with a great lead, goes in for their match loads. They're getting ready to get the long goal.
Blue swerving around the field to play some defense on red, keeping them from getting those match loads and heading to grab blocks of their own. Still slowly but surely playing defense on the Red Alliance, keeping them from those match loads and from that long goal.
Blue tries to score, but Red expertly defends it with their D-score mech. Almost tips over, but makes it back.
Blue with a huge D-score on the right side, trying to push it back. It's Red. Now they're going to play with those hooks and see who can get whose blocks in the control zone.
Blue's trying to D-score, but Red is keeping up the defense, making sure they aren't able to do anything at all.
Blue line still has 0 blocks in the goals, but now they're going to be headed to those match zones, even after being pinned by Red. They're going to deploy that loader mechanism and see if they can grab the blocks around the long goal. Defense on that side.
That's currently 2 control zones. Blue is trying to score, but Red is keeping them at bay, making sure they don't do anything.
Looks like Blue managed to get 2 blocks in the long goal, and it's heading to get a D-score. But Red is almost right on the other side to play back. But now they need to get out of the goal in order to be in alliance with the rule.
Blue's trying to D-score, but Red clears the top middle goal. No more Blue blocks. Get them out of here. It's all Red. 20 seconds left. It's going to be a close match with a bunch of Red everywhere.
Blue's still trying to score, getting an upset with the middle goal, but unfortunately they do not make it. And it looks like one of their chain is broken as well, as I'm watching shaft collars fly onto the field. And it looks like it's going to come down to a double park. Successful from Red, but can Blue make it? And finally, after a whole day of competing, we will see the final score of 125-11 with the Red Alliance taking the victory. And that means both teams, Torkers and Tesla Model X, will be taking home the crown for the Merry VEXmas tournament. But remember, it is not over yet, as we have more awards to give out in just a moment.
Hey, I gotta jump in. Can y'all do one favor? Give a round of applause for the Barbe High School volunteers. All the kiddos stepping up to make this happen. Big shout out to them, big shout out to them. And once again, give it up for your EP, Miss Ellen Bradley. Yeah.
Nobody wants to say anything. Hang tight, and we're going to hand out awards. By the way, the awards, since I do have the mic, they were made by Lake Area Equipment Maintenance, and they were sponsored, paid for, and everything by them. If you know who these people are, they did all that for free. Now, the design of those awards were made by my team, and then they turned it into Lake Area Equipment Maintenance, and all of my team, my marketing team, okay? And then we turned it in to them, and they made them into actual trophies. So if you get a chance, go over there and look at them. They're powder-coated sparkly blue, and they have foil, like, ornaments on there and gears and all that good stuff. So if you don't get a chance to go see them, they're one of a kind. They are one of a kind. Congratulations to all of my teams here. You guys are awesome. Hope you had a good day.
Hold the button. All right. Once again, while we wait for some awards, got some more announcements to make. First and foremost, I want to thank y'all coming out here to the Region 5 STEM Center as we get ready for awards. Do me one favor. If you had a little bit of fun today, make some noise. Okay, cool. That's what I'm talking about. Now, once again, like I said, I want to welcome y'all here to Lake Charles. I do want to make one quick announcement while they want to get everything up and running. I do want to give a shout out to some more of our volunteers. Of course, we have the United States Air Force coming through to help us out. So y'all give it up for the United States Air Force. You want to say something? No? All right. Of course, I give everybody the opportunity to say if they say something. Now, while they still getting there, we get some pictures and stuff taken care of. Of course, once you come and get your award, we're going to get your photo right under the lovely balloon arch that we have here. But I do got one big announcement. We sent these out to coaches this week. In February 26, 27, 28, and March 1st, we will be seeing you all again for the Louisiana VEX Robotics State Championship right here, Lake Charles, Louisiana, of course, here for those 4 days. Thursday and Friday will be for your high school and middle school IQ. Saturday and Sunday will be for our middle school V5 and elementary IQ competition. Once again, that is February 26th, 27th, February 28th, and March 1st. So mark y'all calendar, because the things that y'all saw here today was just a small little example of what we have to offer. Once again, this was hosted by Barbe. Some of y'all came to the scrimmage, saw a little bit more, but we got some things cooked up for y'all. That's going to be coming in February. But I think that we are ready for awards. Ms. Bradley, are we ready? All right, so I'm going to go ahead and pass the mic. And who's ready for your awards? Yeah.
Oh, okay, hold on a second. Okay. I'm not saying nothing. This guy is. So who we have here is a very important person that's played a very big role for us on the back there. This is one of our judges, and I want him to introduce himself and tell us why he's here.
Good evening, ladies and gentlemen. My name is Technical Sergeant Kevin Morgan. I'm the Air Force recruiter here in Lake Charles. First of all, thank you to everybody for allowing me to be a part of this, to speak with the teams and really understand why they do what they do. My son is just now getting into VEX IQ. It is his first year, and it is a passion of his, so being involved in this in any way that I can is really an honor for me. Being able to come out and see these students excel in something that is so important to them is really a building block. Seeing how they succeed in their plans for the future, it really is inspiring. So any way that I can help promote the Air Force, but also be involved and help these kids achieve their goals is a big part of why I do what I do. So thank you. So the first award this evening is the Judges Award. The Judges Award is presented to a team that is deserving of special recognition. Judges consider several criteria for this award, including exemplary effort and perseverance at the event, team accomplishments, or other attributes that may not fall under the existing award categories. The Judges Award is presented to Team 48760 Alpha Nova X. Next is the Innovate Award. The Innovate Award is presented to a team that develops and documents a unique or uncommon aspect in their team's design or gameplay strategy. This team self-identified this aspect for judges and has documented this aspect in their engineering notebook. The team has utilized independent inquiry to explore and develop this aspect from its initial conception through its current implementation. The Innovation Award is presented to team number 12188 Alpha, the Robo Rogues. Next is the Robot Skills Champion. The Robot Skills Champion Award is presented to the team that has earned the highest combined driving skills challenge score and autonomous coding skills challenge score. The Robot Skills Champion Award is presented to Team 3184 Alpha, the Torkers. Next is the Design Award. The Design Award is presented to a team that demonstrates the most organized and professional approach to the design process, project and time management, and team organization. This team's engineering notebook provides clear and complete documentation of the team's robot's design process and the development of the game strategy. The winning team also demonstrates effective communication skills and teamwork. The Design Award is presented to team number 53073 in the Jawas. The next award is the Tournament Champion. The Tournament Champions are the two-team alliance who finished first place after the elimination match. The Tournament Champion Award is presented to Team 3184A, the Torkers, and Team 71909X, Tesla Model X. And the final award for the evening is the High School Excellence Award. The Excellence Award is presented to a team that exemplifies a high-quality competitive robotics program and the ethos of the REC Foundation. The Excellence Award recognizes the team's ability to document and explain their engineering design process via an engineering notebook and team interview. The team also demonstrates outstanding competition performance by being among the top performing teams at the event. This team is a strong contender in numerous award categories and exemplifies dedication, devotion, hard work, and teamwork. This team is committed to quality in everything they do. The High School Excellence Award is presented to team number 3184 Alpha, the Torkers.
Holy aura. That's so tough. This is the end of the program, just saying. What's that? What? Let it out? You want me to sing? Is that what you said? No, I don't sing. So here I am closing out this event. This is the fourth Merry VEXmas competition that we've had. It's our fourth. And I'm very proud of every one of y'all that were a part of it. Thank you for being here. Safe travels home. My team, get in there and clean up. Take food home. Bye, everybody.